Alright. And as soon as the ads are done, on Twitch, I'll take us in and get us started. It should just have started up. Looks like Twitch was slower than YouTube today to start. Alright, ad starts in a minute. It'll run 3 minutes of ads. And then... Oh, interesting. Oh, right. So the way they do it is by default, all streams run pre-roll ads. So, yeah, when you join, you get an ad. And so if you refresh the stream or close the window and come back, you'll get an ad again. I run mid-roll ads to turn that off, but you can't start the mid-roll ads right when the stream starts. So, like, anyone that joins in the first minute gets a pre-roll ad instead. And then they'll get the mid-roll ad right afterwards. You are, yeah. Yeah, it's a feature they added a few months ago. Yeah. That's fine. Yeah, because you were playing with me when I first started streaming again. There's no need to join yet. Yeah, I'm gonna finish making the Empire, and then I'll start up the multiplayer session. Yeah, naming. So we'll do that cooperatively and figure out the names. Kind of work with people in chat, too, if anyone's there. Yeah, I'm not great at it in general. Some people are amazing at it. Right. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Right. Right. Yeah. Uh, yeah, and especially with like a non-human one, unless you actually create the language like Tolkien did, you run into the risk of making your names inconsistent or very difficult for people to understand and remember. Like, I'm here. I'm here. Good morning, everyone. It is Monday, and we have some Stellaris for you today. And I realized that
And the mystery voice too.
yeah, my mic wasn't muted to stream while I was talking to Furen. Uh, Welcome on in to Iron Man House and to Graydon Gnome. Graydon getting the OMG finally, proving he was first in chat before everyone else. Schizophrenia. Nah. You guys should be able to hear Furen now.
Hope so. I am Furen. I actually played Stellaris with Lang. I think it was 2017. So that's the last time I played this game. I have no clue what I'm doing, but Lang will help me out.
Yeah, so we'll do this kind of tutorial style. Hey, Taranth, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. Yeah, so there will be a lot of times where even if you do understand a concept, I'll just explain it out anyways. Let me get all of my windows arranged properly.
Assume I know nothing. Or close to.
Yeah. So we've got a Knights of the Toxic God to start. So centuries ago, this species' homeworld was visited by a toxic entity. The ecological catastrophe that followed ruined half the world, but allowed an early unification of the survivors in their reverence for the toxic god. An order of knights has been created to search for the toxic god, and although many things have changed, the quest continues. Alright, and so we have a bunch of things associated with that. We are egalitarian, pacifist, and xenophile, using a democratic authority. We are using diplomatic corps for the extra envoys and the weight. We're going to go friendly with people, as kind of evidenced through our ethics. Good trust cap, extra envoy improve relations, lots of extra trust cap in there. It's going to make it easy to put together friendly relations for most of the empires we meet. And then functional architecture. So it waives tech requirements for basic district specializations, and our planetary infrastructure cost is down by 15%, and our build speed is up by 15%. Plus, if we assign a master architect council position, our planetary infrastructure build speed is another 2% per level of that counselor. Is functional architecture good? Yes and no. I think functional architecture is a really great starter civic. It's good to discount your early development of your first handful of planets, and then you spec out of the civic, usually around like when you get your third civic availability. You could do it earlier than that too, but I think it's maybe a little bit of a waste of Unity to do it too early. But yeah,
me and Lang went over this. I was going to say, we went over this a couple days ago, just so that we wouldn't take so much time going over every single buff. But yeah, I actually wrote down the ones that we were probably going to go down, but these are just the starter ones.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll keep this until we make our first change to our civics, and then we'll spec out of it. The nice thing is like you're paying like 400 minerals for a single thing to build in the early game. Discounting that 15% when you're only making like 30 to 50 minerals a turn, it's pretty good. Our traits are hollow bones, so we have lowered job efficiency for workers and menial drones based on our planet size. So the larger the planet we're on, the worse the penalty is. Jinxed for extra leader maximum negative traits, and sedentary for extra resettlement cost. However, we're egalitarian, so we're probably going to outlaw forced resettlement anyways, so it won't matter. Extremely adaptive and rapid breeders, and we're probably going to be going down the route to be able to change our genetic setup fairly easily, so that shouldn't be that big of a deal. For the name list, we went with the Toxoids 4. Got a nice set of names there. Santana after all. Pink scapegoat. Best Jenny. Love it. Alright. So that's our basic setup there. We now need a species name. What are we going to name our species? I do welcome suggestions from chat. No guarantees that we take any of them. Gonna change.
Naming stuff is difficult.
Yeah, it is. We could change the ship prefix. I usually don't. I usually don't care too much about it. But if we want to change the ship prefix, we could. Lorbites.
It could depend on whatever we name our species here.
True. What do these guys look like?
Like a very tall human.
Kind of. Let me open up my tabs.
Ooh, glow sticks
on people.
I mean, glow. We could throw glow into the name to kind of go with glow sticks and the fact that they're toxic.
Yeah, I could go for that.
Glow something. I mean.
Glow stick isn't too bad.
Stick.
It's not too bad.
Glow sticks? I mean, I guess it'd be glow stick, because plural would be glow sticks.
Yeah.
You're gonna be stuck with this name for months.
I know. It's always tough.
Because yeah, we're gonna be playing together about 1 day a week, so this is gonna take a while.
Well, I already know what I'm gonna do here for our homeworld.
Oh.
We're gonna name our homeworld Tricady because Tricady's toxic. Tricady's one of the common chatters that I have in chat. They troll a little bit sometimes.
That type of toxic.
Yeah.
I get it.
They'll appreciate it. What do we want to call these guys?
I mean, if you want to go down the path of glow stick, you can always just slightly modify it so it's not glow stick.
Right. Glow in the dark sticks. I usually like to have a single word for the species name. because that makes the most sense.
Like a single syllable?
No, just a single word.
What I mean is you change stick like from a word to just something like Glosten, but that's not that doesn't sound like a species name to me.
Yeah. Larstock. It's always the part I get stuck on. Let's see.
Or Glapo. The W is kind of messing things up because it's kind of weird to add stuff after the W.
Yeah,
so you could just GLO it.
Yeah, so that's probably the good... Actually, we could just call them Glow.
Okay, that's actually pretty simple.
So it still sounds like Glow, but it works better as a name of a thing.
So it's the plural glowin? Or is that the adjective? I hate English.
The adjective would just be glow. They actually do a pretty good job at generating the adjective.
Glows. I mean, or gloss.
Let's see here.
Simple is always best.
Make a noun plural, add S. ES is plural for it. Let's see here.
It'd be nice if they had a little auto pluralize too.
It's a lot more nuanced.
There's rules,
Yeah. I'm looking at the APA guidelines for it right now. Most of the exceptions seem to be with CH, S, SH, X, Z, Y.
I mean, if you think of
so
like
it would be just be
a bro or bros.
Yeah.
It's just adding an S, I would think.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure there wasn't a particular rule for it. Like in a broad sense. All right. So now we need an empire name. What is the empire for our Knights of the Toxic God?
It doesn't have to be associated with the species name, or does
Doesn't have to be. No. If you do the randomize, it'll take.
I mean, we could look at a few of them to see.
Yeah. It usually takes the species name and then makes it something to indicate that the species has united in some fashion. Acubins, I believe, is the... I don't know where it's pulling that. That might have been the original star name before I deleted the field.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, a lot of times it'll take, and then like union of planet name is a common one, or some other sort of unifying of the planet. So those are the default names. Anytime you see a generic empire, these are the style of names that they're going to get.
I mean, it'd be nice to have it fit reasonably with others. So if they're all using similar things to this, then yeah, we might as well do something kind of like this.
Well then,
I'm just gonna look for pronouns for a collective or a group, and try to get something that's a little different than the generic stuff that you're gonna see. Or not pronoun. What am I thinking of? The things that like similar words.
Synonyms.
Thank you. Association, band, body, class, club, company, crowd, faction, gang. Well, that's not quite the group I want. Troop? Yeah.
What about Glow Roundtable? Because we're knights.
Yeah, that actually fits. Yeah, that fits with our... Yeah, just go with that.
And then I don't like to have the Empire adjective the same as the species adjective, because then you run into issues of, oh, was that referring to my species or to my empire?
My English was my worst subject. Remind me what adjective is used, like in what part of the sentence?
It's a descriptive word. So it would be something like the
glow are tall.
Yeah, the glow art. Well, no. Tall would be the adjective in that case. It would be something like you would say the glow fleet approached the small planet, or you would say glow architecture has these hallmarks, things like that. Where you're just saying so these people or this empire.
The species name, which is a bit weird, but
yeah. So I guess we could just go with
Well, is that something like Glowian? Like, is it that kind of weird, like Glowian architecture?
I just didn't want glow would be correct, a correct way to do it, but I think we should go with round table for the adjectives for the Empire. So when referring to like the Empire's fleet, it would say the round table fleet. But if it was referring to the fact that like it's a style of ship that the glow species has made, it would say it's a glow ship.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
We can go with that.
It'll make more sense when the events start coming up. Do we want male and female genders, just male, just female, or indeterminate gender?
Just both.
Okay. We got a homeworld name. We need a star name.
Well, I don't remember if our story talked about... It was just our planet is suffering. Like, the star was fine.
Let's see here. Yeah, just the homeworld was visited by a toxic entity.
Oh. Okay, but I'm glad you're going over this again, because I think I thought it was we screwed up the planet.
No. It's why we are searching for the toxic god. We are searching for the entity that visited our homeworld.
Okay. So the star can be almost anything.
Yeah.
I wrote synonyms, and it's giving me like basically like a star in the sense of like a performing star. And I was like, that's not what I want.
Lux is light.
although I do like ironically, like one of the matches brilliant, which it's kind of matching, and that's for a star, that's actually not bad.
Yeah. Brilliant has 2 L's, right?
Yes.
Like that? Yeah.
I'm just trying to think what people would name a star. I mean, like, it's bright, so sure, brilliant.
All right, and our starting ruler's name. And are they going to be male or female?
Let's go female.
Okay.
Oh, now I have to think of a more fitting name.
We can pull from our species name list.
Yeah, that might be easier.
Shrewd idea.
Interesting character names. But if it's going to use a lot of names of this style, we might as well try to go with something that's fitting.
Dauntless Disbeliever. Contrarian Doctrinaire. Red Forever. Occasional Doorkeeper.
Wow. actually pretty good.
Yeah. Mirror shade. Conclusion.
I tend to like the two-part names.
Okay.
Although it doesn't.
Gormless to a fault.
I mean, I don't even know what Gormless is, but that's okay. I mean, really, how long are we going to have Gormless as
Lacking
leader?
sense or initiative. Foolish.
Wow, is this really what we want as our start?
What could possibly go wrong? We can roll another one.
I almost want to keep it.
Noble in the extreme?
Does that fit the whole knight thing?
Kind of the opposite.
Ignoble. Well, yeah. Oh, well. You could just erase the IG and just have noble in the extreme.
Okay. That's how he became the leader. He wasn't named the same as everyone else.
I mean, it was him versus the other guy. And it didn't make it.
Yeah.
Noble in the extreme. Okay, yeah.
All right. We're using the toxic ship set. We've got our flag here. We're using the toxoid voice.
If you think you're better than me, why don't you just try playing alone?
Okay. I think we've gone over everything else. Oh, when we're starting with Eye for Talent, of course. All right, let's save this. And go back.
Hopefully we do not have desyncs and issues. We'll find out.
Yeah. Okay, and let's host, and let's invite you.
This is going to be through Steam then?
Yeah.
Pop up? All right.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay, and you should be able to select to join my empire. There you go.
All right. There you go.
Now, let's reset all of these to defaults. And what difficulty do we want to play on? Cadet's the default. I have been playing on Ensign while I was relearning the game.
Well, I mean, I think that this is more your call because I mean,
Well, I'm going to let you make a lot of
easy to make
decisions. So,
well, I mean, the more you rely on me, the worse it's going to go. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, take that into account. But we are playing together, so I mean, that probably is going to help. Yeah. You don't want it too easy that it's just like a cakewalk, but at the same time, we don't want to be obliterated.
right.
Because I have no clue what I'm doing. Again,
then I would probably say Ensign or Captain, where the AI gets a little bit of bonuses. I'd say one of those. Ensign, they don't get any bonuses. It's all even. That's basically
and right now you're playing
normal.
When you play by
I'm
yourself.
playing on. I've been playing on Ensign as I've been relearning the game.
So if you're playing on Ensign yourself right now,
yeah,
then maybe is Ensign lower than Captain?
Yeah, it's one lower. It's there's no bonuses for anyone. The default for the game, when you first start the game, is Cadet, where you get a slight bonus.
Ensign sounds fine. I think that'll work.
And we're gonna go with max size galaxy, and they added this cartwheel galaxy. I'm a big fan of it. I really like this cartwheel galaxy design.
Sure.
So unless you have another one you'd like to see. AI empires. I'm gonna remove the advanced starts so you don't get thrown into the fire by an advanced AI right off the bat.
They're just computers that start with a ton of galaxies or systems.
They start as like an established empire. And I usually bring the Fallen Empires up to max so that we get all the Fallen Empires. Now, the question is, how many AI Empires do we want? We could increase the number, and it means that we would have less time exploring empty space, and we'd have more time dealing with other empires on our borders. Or if we reduce it, we have a lot more time to explore and expand in the direction that we want to and kind of establish the borders that we want.
I don't mind more, especially because we're kind of going down the diplomacy path where we're trying to basically be friends, so to speak.
Right.
So this is just more friends to make.
All right. Maybe put it at 20 then?
Yeah.
All right. And then in the advanced settings, AI aggressiveness we'll leave on normal. We'll leave all the costs alone. Yeah, all of those are fine. We'll leave a normal amount of habitable worlds, I think. Unless we want to have less planets to colonize. And more just kind of empty space.
Map, right?
Yeah, we're on a large
like
map.
This is...
Because the main thing is like...
Does it start getting a little, not overwhelming, but like, does it get to be a lot if you have too many planets?
Managing all the planets can get a little difficult sometimes.
Although, in our playstyle, are we actually going to be like, we're going to be more allied, or are we going to actually control almost everything? Like,
we're probably going to be more, we're probably going to do a federation and mostly be running that.
So we won't actually we won't actually be controlling as many planets as we would if we were playing kind of a more war type game.
Yeah.
So maybe it's fine to have a decent chunk because we don't have to worry about them.
Yeah. The only thing is it affects performance. So if you tune it up, you get worse performance later in the game. You tune it down, you get slightly better performance later in the game.
Yeah, and I mean, do you know how it's run? Like, is it trying to simulate everything on my computer too? And it's going to be kind of like the lowest common denominator? Because I definitely have a worse computer than you.
No, I believe it simulates everything on mine, and then you sync in with any changes you make to that.
Okay.
Hey,
so
Katie.
This is more for you. If you think your computer is fine with that,
yeah,
we could
I
stay
should be
with
fine
that.
on
Or
1X.
if you're a little worried, we could drop it a bit.
No, we should be fine. Lang, do you think your right food is just as long as yesterday compared to your left food? My food? Sure. Yes. Yeah, I figured that's what you meant. Yeah, and you did it twice in the same sentence. So good job there. Has it been a long day, Trickady? This one here, one of the things I will do sometimes, especially if I reduce the number of habitable worlds or if I reduce the number of empires, is I increase the amount of pre-FTL civilizations. But if we want lots of friends, we may want to increase this anyway. So this makes it so that there's planets that would normally be colonizable, but they have an existing species there that hasn't gotten faster than light space travel yet.
We could basically help them,
Yeah. There's a variety of options that you can do with it. You can feed them you can contact them right away and feed them tech to speed their advancement, and then uplift them into a spacefaring race. You can just observe them until they accomplish that on their own. You can infiltrate them and subtly influence their ethics and convince them to be part of your empire once they become spacefaring.
I think it does fit what we're
Yeah, I
doing
think
here,
so too.
Having a bunch of them is fine.
Crank that up.
That can affect the AI in a weird part, in a weird way.
No, not really. Maybe do triple.
Take them out. Sure.
Yeah. But no. Well, I don't know, Trickady. I'm sure there's like subtle variations based on like how much time you've spent on one foot versus the other, and like how you had them positioned while you were resting would determine how much your body decompresses in a particular direction. No, I've never measured it.
Just stand on one foot all day.
That sounds like
Probably would have an effect.
Yeah, I would imagine so. Let's go distributed, random. Yeah, random. No advanced neighbors. The gateways and wormholes we'll leave at default. We want the 2 guaranteed habitable worlds. That means that there will be 2 planets of our preferred planet type within, I think it's like 4 jumps, I think, of our capital.
Out of curiosity, empire placement.
Mm-hmm.
Is there like a default thing like for each galaxy type that it just puts them in certain places? Is that...
So your options are you can spread players out specifically. Basically, each galaxy is distributed into clusters. It's split into clusters, and then you have empires that can be placed in particular clusters. You can spread players into different clusters. You can cluster all the players together in the same spot.
So if we were playing separate empires or whatever, we could have ourselves start close so that we can play together.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, that's actually really cool.
Then you can place everyone clustered up, so you'll have groups of empires and then distance, and then groups of empires and then distance. I like random, though. Random gives you a nice
evenly
mix.
Spread through the entire galaxy.
Yeah. Okay, precursors. I always forget which precursor is which, but there's some precursors we probably don't want.
You definitely know more than me.
I'm just going to go to the wiki and look at it.
While you're looking, roughly, what is a precursor?
So
kind of starting.
It'll be an anomaly that one of our scientists will find early in that will lead us down a series of events related to some ancient civilization that used to exist in the area of the galaxy that we're in. And each one has like various good stuff. Like we definitely want Cybrex because that can get us a ruined ring world. We definitely want the First League. Let's undo everything and check these as we know we would want them. First League can get us a Relic World, which can become an Ecumenopolis fairly easily, which is an amazing planet type. Arassian Concordant. That gives us Arassian Naval Yard research. What does that do? Secrets of the Arassians. Okay. Secrets of the Arassians. Research speed and pop growth. Ooh. Okay, that's not too bad. Their home system is just okay for the Arassians. But yeah, that's a good bonus. I guess that's not too bad. Voltum. Voltum are good for fanatic materialists.
It's not us.
And they get research speed and amenities. Yeah, we'll leave the Voltum off. I get the Voltum fairly often. I get the Ute all the time as well. In fact, I got them in both of my current games.
We can try... are we going to get all of these or just...
No, you get one of them.
Oh, okay, so we're just picking a set and we'll get one of the random ones.
Yeah.
And it's close to... Like, is this really for the player, the human player. Like, this is not, the AIs have nothing to do with this.
I have no idea if the AI can pick up precursors or not. Yeah, I actually don't know. Let's see if it says on this page. Bale is really good, and we would definitely want that one. That one can give us a relic that lets us create new pops. The Zroni is a psychic one. We're not going psychic, so we could probably skip that. Atacaria is one associated with the galactic storms. It's also kind of a psychic one, so we'll probably skip that. The traders, I believe, get a habitat. They're another cosmic storm one as well.
I mean, it recommends Furen. We have 4, so it might be good.
Okay, yeah. So, First League and Cybrex both get us a really good planet. Arassians get us a good bonus. And the Ute get us, or not the Ute, the Bale get us a good, what's it called? Relic.
His creation ability.
Yeah, they give us a good relic. And we get a Tomb World as well from them, which by the time we go through that, we probably wouldn't be able to use, but eventually we'll be able to use it. Yeah, I think that works. Game length. So, the general idea here is your default game length is you start at 2200. The mid game will start after 100 years. The end game starts 100 years after that, and then the game ends 100 years after that.
So are these years that like big events occur? Because I know there's like catastrophes and
yeah, there's
like
basically there's one of I think 4 mid game crises that can happen, and then there's a end game crisis. So the defaults are fine. If you want the game harder, you reduce these numbers. If you want the game easier, you increase the numbers. Because it gives you more time to prepare for those things.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'd be fine giving us a little more time to prepare for these things. Maybe 50 to 100 years.
You could try just adding 50
each
to the gaps. So 150, 150, 150 gap.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so that's
Like
going to be
2350, 2500, 2650. Oh, interesting. 2500. There you go. Yeah. It threw me off a little bit when the bars all started adjusting.
Yeah, because it adjusts it. Because as your end game year goes up, your mid game year can go up as well.
Yeah.
All right. Marauders. Marauders are basically space Mongols.
Barbarians?
Yeah, they're space Mongols.
Civilization barbarians.
Yeah, they can be one of the mid-game crises. Basically, a great leader comes up, and the space con basically shows up and starts conquering everyone.
How does that play with our kind of pacifists style that we're kind of aiming for? Like, is it going to, like, do they count when it comes to war and stuff like that?
So, how it works is when they first appear, they will start claiming all the systems around them. As they run into other empires, they will tell the empire, submit and become our vassal, our satrapy, or be destroyed. And you basically have to choose. Can you fight them off, or do you have to become their subject and pay them a bunch of resources? This is not a long-term subjugation, though. Eventually, the Khan will die, whether it's through losing battles in space or through old age. And there's I think 3 or 4 different ways that the Empire can collapse after that. Sometimes a new Khan takes over and you have to kind of go through the cycle again, but it's less and less likely as you go along.
Sounds interesting.
Yeah, that's one of the possible mid-game crises. I usually leave them in, and I usually do 2 or 3 of them. No, the Khan can't die. The Khan can't die. But yeah, 2 or 3 is usually where I put them.
Interesting challenge for what we're doing, so I think that's actually kind of nice.
Okay. We're going to leave the L gates on. That leads to a special system, and there's, again, a number of different there's a number of different results of opening up the L gate once you have the technology to do so. Some of them dangerous, some of them beneficial.
It's effectively a wormhole to like skip a lot of area.
It opens up to a cluster of stars that are outside of the normal confines of the galaxy.
Neat.
You can only get there through the L gate, and it's sealed at the start of the game.
Specific gate, so that one gate will go to that area. So that's the only
5 L gates, I believe, in the galaxy.
Oh, okay, so 5 entry points to this separate area.
Yeah. And the neat thing is, once you open it up, if you get control of terminal egress, which is the where the L gate is on that isolated cluster, if you get control of that, you can now easily jump to any of those 5 gates.
Okay, yeah. So it is kind of like a little bit of a warp around the universe.
Yep.
Or galaxy.
Caravaneers are wandering traders. I like to have them on.
Yeah.
Storms are for the cosmic storms. I think the defaults are fine on these. They don't seem to be too bad or too infrequent at the defaults.
They just affect your production and your growth and stuff like that for a period of time. Is it kind of like a natural disaster, so to speak? Yeah,
it's a natural disaster kind of thing. They will form and then move a little ways, and then they'll dissipate. They have varying effects depending on the type of storm they have. They can affect your ships, they can affect your planets, your population. And then there's technology you can research after encountering your first storm to try to mitigate the issues with them or to try to attract them. There's even a origin that's a storm chaser origin. You're actually seeking out the storms to view them and learn from them.
Yeah, no.
Storm chasers are so crazy.
To the rest of the options. That's a lot of options.
And then there's void worms and catholoids. I think both of these are fine. Catholoids kind of suck in the sense that they will usually kill one of your scientists at the beginning of the game. So that kind of sucks. I mean,
it's something it's another trial to surpass, really.
Yep. All right, and void worms are, you encounter them and you research them. The research results in either a permanent Empire bonus or the ability to make it so that void worms are no longer aggressive towards you. And it's funny because there's tons of people that complain about the void worms and it's like, oh, these things are such a bother. They suck. I hate these things so much. But they're also the people that research it and take the permanent bonus instead of making themselves immune to the void worms. It's like, well, you kind of made your choice there.
Other.
Yeah, you get one or the other. I think it's fine, though. I like both of them. And that's all our settings.
All right.
Okay. I think we're good to go. All right.
I push ready up.
Says you're not ready.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah. Took us less than an hour to get through the character creator.
That's all good. We only do it one time. Well, hopefully. Wait, I just saw my progress bar go backwards for a little bit. That was interesting.
It's fine. It's fine.
Uh-huh.
All right, waiting for you to finish loading up. And then start. There we are.
There we go.
Knights of the Toxic God. Long ago, our planet was divided. Petty kings squabbled constantly, and our population bled for their vain ambitions. But with the coming of the first High King, all of this changed. Their inspired leadership forged a kingdom without equal. Above all else, the High King was pious. War was waged against any who denied their god, but still the heretics persisted. The king's prayers were answered when the Toxic God visited our world. Though its time among us was brief, its baneful influence poisoned the lands of the unbelievers. Any who survived pledged fealty to the High King. For the first time, our world was unified. The Toxic God soon left us, but the king, determined to find it, founded an order of knights. For centuries, these valiant souls searched tirelessly, but to no avail. The Toxic God had long since departed from our world. The next chapter of the quest would be written in the stars. With the use of powerful relics, it was the order that built our empire's first orbital station. A mighty keep, it would become the springboard from which they plunged ever deeper into the cosmos. Huzzah. Alright.
Wow, look at all those resources.
Okay.
That is... I mean, I played a lot of games like Civ and whatever, and, usually you have, 3, 4, maybe 5, and that's like 12, 14.
Yep. And, the diamond shape one, that is strategic resources. If you mouse over it, it's actually a collection of them. Any of the ones with the little triangle, you can click on them, and it's a drop-down to show you all the resources underneath that. Science is actually 3 different types of science. Mra, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. Good afternoon, Mr. Tarantino, sir. Big fan of yeah, exactly, Mra.
Empire size.
Now, our Toxic Empire from the homeworld Tricady. All right. Looks like we're in a good spot here. We should have pretty good population growth. Hey, now. What? I don't know what you're talking about. So you can see when I mouse over the population generation, at the bottom of the tooltip it says base growth is increased because there is a balance between population and the planet capacity. We want to try to always have that that tooltip there, and the way it works is based on the planet capacity when you mouse over the planet size versus the current population. You get the fastest growth when the current population is in the middle of the planet capacity, and then it tapers off going either direction towards higher or lower. Is the planet Tricady producing any food? It is producing food, yes. You mean feet. You mean food. I see. And that's mostly determined by how much housing we have and everything. Let's see here. So we've got 30 minerals to start. How much are minerals? 1.3. So let's go with a monthly trade of maybe 10 extra minerals to help us get started. Because we're not really using our trade for anything right now, so we might as well use it to...
Who are we trading with?
This is kind of a general market at this point. There's no galactic market yet, so you can see galactic market has not been founded. This is our internal market. Essentially, we're trading with capitalists, I guess. It is our government trading with private manufacturers and resource harvesters, I guess. We're probably going to spend those initial minerals on stuff in the stars. Yeah, so because of our discount, all of these are only 340 minerals to build any of these. And our districts are going to be 425 with that discount. So we'll want to save up for those. We don't have any empty jobs. That's good. And then we have our habitat as well, which is set up as a fortress. That's going to be good. Knights turn alloys into unity, research, naval cap. Yeah, so we're definitely going to need to get more alloys, like, right off the bat. Yeah, that might be the first thing we do, is build an alloy foundry when we get 340. It's going to reduce our minerals, but I think that's okay. Well, actually, we could just build a city district. That might be even better.
I mean, our alloys are... what is this, monthly? The -1 for alloys?
Yeah, monthly. So we have a lot of time before we'd run out of our stockpile. But that's our ship maintenance comes out of that as well. So if we want to build a fleet, we're going to need more alloys anyway. Empire Focus. This is a new thing since the last time you played. So the Empire Focus that you have set determines, makes that type of card more likely from these things that you have here. The red ones being Conquest, the blue being Exploration, the yellow being Development, and the white ones being kind of generalized cards. So you can see they want us to hire a commander, upgrade a starbase, found a colony, investigate an anomaly, and finish first contact. When we finish one of those, whatever our focus is on, it's most likely we'll get a card of that type, but not guaranteed. Stellaris is now a card game? Boo! No, it's not a card game. It just has some Empire Focus cards. If you don't like a card that you have, you can spend some Unity to refocus and basically draw a new card. And the dot at the top with the empty circles next to it, that determines the tier of the card. And the higher the tier, the more difficult it is to complete.
What are we getting for doing these things?
If you click the progression button, you can see there's progression for each of the categories. When you get to each tier, it will unlock a permanent research option. These are all things that you can research normally, but you usually have to wait for the requirements or wait for them to just randomly show up in your research list. If you reach that tier in Empire Progression, it guarantees that research option is always available for whenever you want to take it. So if we want Starholds as soon as possible, we're going to want a hard focus on development to try to get down to tier 4 as soon as we can. I would say either Conquest or Development for what we're doing here.
Probably Development. Yeah. Although it's Development the one that's currently set?
Yeah, Development is currently set. Yep.
Okay, yeah.
And at the beginning of the game, it was set by default.
Cards.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's just it's random. So, I've had empires that have started on exploration focus, and all their cards were exploration. And then I had one that started on conquest and didn't have any conquest cards. No, I had one conquest card. And at the beginning of the game, you can change this once at no cost. After that first time, or after 5 years, then it's Unity to change it. But yeah, I think Development's a good default. And then in our situation log, we have the quest for the Toxic God situation. Founded centuries ago by the first ruler of our world, the Order has one purpose: to search tirelessly for the Toxic God. Much has changed since its creation, but the Order lives on, as does its quest, to search from the smallest corner of our homeworld to the farthest reaches of the galaxy. And so, currently, we are earning 0.5 progress per month, a base of 0.4, and then 0.1 from our night jobs. In this first stage, we'll get out of the first stage after 125 progress. Our brave knights shall embark on a new quest. Okay. So yeah, each one it looks like we're getting a new quest in each stage.
Oh, and we can change how fast we try to push towards it.
Yeah, so you got regular funding. Historically, the state has always given a fifth of its income in money and weapons to the Order in the pursuit of the quest. Generous, that's another 5% alloys and another 10% energy, but we gain 10% unity. Increasing the share of what we give to the Order can only help our knights as they seek to accomplish the quest. Or we can go frugal and have the penalties, but it's going to cost us 100 influence, which is what we use to claim star systems. In case of extreme emergency, we may requisition part of the Order's share of resources, but without the means to equip themselves properly, our knights will surely struggle on their quest. I actually wouldn't mind going generous if we can, once we build some more alloy production.
Yeah,
because the extra unity would be nice. More.
Once we're positive in alloys?
Yeah. So basically build our alloy building and then switch over to generous. Unless you think we should switch now.
Maybe when we're positive in alloys. Although the irony is, as soon as we click it, we're going to go negative, probably.
What is your quest? To find the Toxic God. What is your favorite color? Green. I mean yellow. And ad break saves me. I do not get thrown into the chasm. Okay, so there's our starting situation. What's that?
During the ad break, you could quickly go over for me. Are we normally going to be colonizing planets in our solar system first? Or do you usually head to another place, another star?
So, if you hit M or click the little picture of the galaxy for the galaxy map, you'll be out there. You can see that there's a little orange globe to the upper left.
The little planet, orange planet icon?
Yeah, potentially habitable.
Sterope.
Yep. So those, that icon will indicate any worlds that we can actually colonize. It'll be orange when we haven't surveyed the world yet. It'll be red if it has extremely low habitability. It will be yellow if it has moderate habitability, and it'll be green if it has good habitability, and it'll be gray if it's something that can't currently be colonized, but can be terraformed into a colonizable world. So we probably want to send our scientist out to survey Sterope first, because that is a continental world, which is our planet type. So that's one of our 2 guaranteed habitable worlds. So if you select the science ship, you can then right-click on Sterope and select to survey system.
Science ship. See, I can't see your stream anymore, so...
It's the one with the little atom symbol next to it.
So the bottom ship with no number?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. What's this one? Construction. All right. So you just right-click on
right-click
the
Sterope on the
triangle?
star? Yeah, well, you can see, like, when you mouse over the star, you'll get a hex. As long as you see that hex, you can right-click.
Survey system.
Survey system. There you go.
Oh, it's going to go through everything. Okay, yeah.
Yep. Sometimes
so
you
if you just wanted to pick one thing, yeah.
Yeah, you could do an individual thing. I almost never do that. Sometimes you just want to snag that well-positioned star system before neighboring alien empire does. Other times you want to colonize juicy planets in already owned systems for their resources. Yep. I am going to spend the minerals to build a research station to get that last 2 physics research that's in our home system.
Oh, yeah, is this top right Simeon's Lodge place? Is that something that we need to survey? Oh, yeah, there's a couple different things that aren't surveyed in our own world. Or it seems like they aren't. But they're just not useful.
They're just not colonizable at all. You can click on them, and it's because it's a panel, because you can click on it and see details about that body. But yeah, none of them are colonizable.
Yeah.
But you can see Law Haven, the number is in white rather than green for the physics research there.
Mm-hmm. Oh, is that okay?
That means that we don't have a research station there drawing that research off of that planet.
So is that what you're sending the construction ship?
I'll send the construction ship there, and it will build that resource. It takes minerals to build those stations, and it takes energy to maintain them. You can click on any of the little stations that have the pickaxe and shovel, or the atom symbol, I believe, to see the station. Love the planet names. Is that from some custom pack? It is from the Toxoids 4 name grouping. The name grouping for Toxoids 4 is so good. Look at these leader names. Noble in the extreme, we renamed him. He was actually ignoble in the extreme. Best and unstoppable is our scientist. Ephemeral scapegoat. Pink scapegoat. Lawless perfectionist. Yellow nonetheless. Maddening angel. Best bandwagon. Unshelved trenchcoat. Gormless bombshell. Dauntless Bellevue. Effervescent pendant. Chaotic bombshell. Outfoxed and chipper. Terrifying but trying. And magical but trying. Institutional failures right next to hell. That's a social commentary if I ever saw one. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
So the only place we actually have population, our homeworld in the Charlatan's Promise? Is that
Yes, that's it.
All right.
Normally you only start with your homeworld. Part of our origin gives us that habitat station. The Charlatan's Promise. All right. So we've dealt with our focus. The other 3 icons up there are to set our initial research. So blue is physics, yellow is society, green is society, yellow is engineering. For the physics research, I like that administrative AI. More research speed right off the bat is pretty nice. Be honest, would you move to a space station called Charlatan's Promise? Oh yeah, absolutely.
I mean, do you see the rest of the names? This is like one of the best names.
Yeah. I mean, would you really want to live on a planet called Tricady?
Research station output 10%, is that
now,
also kind of...
You would think it's good, but I think that was a trap. The reason why, if you click the little down arrow for our research, so you can see the individual researches, and then mouse over one of them, you can mouse over each and see where we're getting research from. And you can see that the only station research we have is 3 engineering research. So we would get 10% more of that. Yeah.
No, that's...
In the early game, Research station output is very bad. Touche. Yeah. Okay. And then for society research, we get fleet command limit, which is pretty good. Naval capacity, I usually wait a little bit because I'm not built... Like, we're at 3 out of 45 on our naval capacity right now. We're not going to fill that up for a little while. Yeah, Tricady means pleasant Yumu surprise in Dutch. Would live there. That's fair. Lang, you know what you did, right? This means war. Tricady, you declared war a long time ago. Don't you be all indignant right now. You know exactly how this happened. Yummy surprise. Nice. So Tricady is a yummy surprise. Good to know. Xenobiological lab, we probably don't need that very early. Yeah, I think maybe the Doctrine Space Combat might be the best one. So the fleet command limit, if you go to the tab for ships and you select our military fleet, the first Void Lurcher.
For ships.
There's
Fine,
in the outliner over on the right side, there should be a little tab
yeah,
bit
there you go.
for ships.
Yep.
Yeah. And then the first Void Lurcher will be in there.
3 of 20.
That's actually nice. Lane called me way worse. I don't know what you're talking about. So yeah, you can see 20 is our current cap for command limit. That means that we can have 20 ship size worth of ships in here. Corvettes, our first tier of ship, are 1 command limit each. The second tier of ship is 2 command limit. The third is 4, and the fourth is 8. So, like if we got the 4th tier, we could only have 5 of those in a fleet right now. Each fleet benefits from having a admiral assigned to it, and you can only have a certain amount of leaders. So if you have too many fleets, you either have to go over your leader capacity or have some that just don't have leaders, which can be bad. So yeah, I think the extra fleet command limit and getting that edict for the fleet supremacy is going to be good. It'll let us build ships faster, which we're going to need for building up our initial kind of setup. Also makes our ships more experienced when we first build them, and it gives us more diplomatic weight, which is something we're going for with this setup.
Where's the diplomatic weight coming from?
Diplomatic weight from fleet power.
Okay.
If you mouse over the unlocks edict fleet supremacy, you can see the details of what fleet supremacy does.
Oh, okay, yeah, there it is.
And then finally, we have engineering research.
Ooh, 4.
So, you see how orbital habitats actually has like a bit of a yellow glow around a portion of it?
Yep.
Like it has that border. That means it's a permanent research option. There's a variety of ways that you can get permanent research options, and you can end up with a ton of them in your list. These will always be here when you select a new research. The other ones are randomly drawn. So right now, every time we select a new research, we'll get 3 random options. But in engineering, orbital habitats will always be available to us. It's a little expensive right now for the amount of research we're generating. If you mouse over the cost of a research in the upper right corner of its card.
469, yeah.
Yeah, it'd take just a little while. Ceramo metal armor is good. Makes our ships harder to destroy. The standardized Corvette patterns could be good, considering we need to build a bunch of ships anyway to kind of build up our fleet strength. Space torpedoes would, 1, give us access to torpedoes, and 2, give us access to a new ship type called the frigate. Frigates, I tend to use corvettes instead of frigates, even once I unlock frigates. But torpedoes are not too bad.
I don't know, the top one seems really nice.
Yeah, we can go for the top one.
It
Any of those
it goes
three
in
are
line with
actually
the other
fine
one.
by me.
But
Yeah,
we're
for sure.
increasing our limit, which will increase our speed, and this just adds to that.
Yep. There we go. Okay, so science is set. If we click on government over on the left side.
F2. All right.
Yep. This is our council. Our prime minister will be reelected every 10 years. And he can be chosen from any of our leaders. Underneath the prime minister, you'll see that telescope symbol for infinite opportunities. Kind of the large diamond.
Yeah.
That is our agenda. You start with an agenda already. It will have some sort of initial modifier, and then it'll have a progress bar. Once the progress bar finishes, you click on the agenda and it completes it, and that gives you the launched modifier instead of the initial modifier. And then it'll last for a certain amount of time, and you can choose a new agenda that will start generating a progress bar. So if we get a notification that there's a new that an agenda has completed, we'll have to come in here, click it, and select a new one. If we click on the Policies and Edicts tab at the bottom of this window, we have our initial available policies and edicts. I don't think... What's that?
Expansionist is our diplomatic stance. Isn't that kind of not what we're wanting?
That's fine at the beginning of the game because it makes our colonies develop faster and makes our outposts to claim new stars cheaper to build.
We have no borders, so there's no friction.
Yeah. Once we're kind of set in our borders without conquest, then we'd go to cooperative. Okay, we are currently for war philosophy on Liberation Wars. This was the war type that I was talking about before. So
yeah, we can't even select unrestricted because of our pacifist. Yeah.
Yep. So we can only gain territory in a war if somebody else declares war on us, or if we're fighting a Gestalt consciousness. Those are the only ways we can gain territory from a war. But then there's defensive wars down at the bottom. Oof. Subjugation war terms. So if we vassalize someone through war, these are the terms that they use. Benevolent should be fine, at least for right now. Orbital bombardment selective is all we can choose right now because we are pacifists, which means it's slower for us to siege a planet down, but it's fine. We do want to allow orbital surrender. That's okay. Resettlement. Oh, you know what? We shouldn't change any of these. We can look at them, but we shouldn't change any of these until we get our factions. Because our factions will want certain edicts to be, or certain policies to be in place. And once you change a policy, you can't change it again for 10 years, I think it is. I like proactive first contact, and that fits with our theme. Initial border status open fits with our theme as well. Mixed economy... Militarized. I think mixed is fine for now. We don't have any options in trade policy. We should allow robotic workers. Right? We were going to have robots, right?
I think we can, yeah.
We're not allowed to have any population controls where we're forbidding particular species to breed. No slavery.
Definitely prohibited.
No purging. And nightly duties. So, on questing nights, we get survey speed and anomaly discovery chance. Anomaly discovery chance is really good because anomalies will provide us with a whole bunch of bonuses or extra resources. So we do want to find as many anomalies as we possibly can as quickly as possible. So survey speed, anomaly discovery chance, anomaly research speed, these are all really good things in the early game, especially when you have a lot of star systems.
I already looked ahead, but the third one looks good for the later game for us.
All right. Knight Commanders, home territory fire rate, so good during a defensive war. Ship fire rate and army damage. Okay. And Courtly Knights, ooh, 10% Diplo weight just across the board. That's really good. That's really, really good. Yeah, I can see that being great later on. I think Questing Knights is fine early on.
Yeah, and plus, like you said, you want to wait to see what the factions, how they're going to react to all of this.
Right. What is this message from Stellaris? Oh, they're having another mod jam. Okay, and I don't think any of the edicts are anything we'll want to run right away. So we can ignore those for now. And you can see at the bottom the faction tab is there as well, but we don't have any factions yet. But you can, if you go to the factions tab, see the layout for our population right now.
Yeah, Xenophile is almost half.
Yeah.
Which is interesting because we put 111. Is it just random how it decides this?
It's based on a variety of things, including your origin and your starting civics. So, like, we have a little bit of spiritualist pops because of our origin. Because Knights of the Toxic God is kind of a little bit of a spiritualist origin. But yeah, pretty good. And you can see the attraction factors at the very bottom of each tooltip.
Oh, okay. The 44% for Xenophile is the balance point. It's not the actual amount. I moused over.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Yeah, they each... Like, 2% of our pops are actually spiritualist, and it's the resting point.
Yeah, so they're actually they are close to 33 right now.
Yeah, it just took some from egalitarian to fill in spiritualist and materialist.
All right.
Okay. Let's see here. So, fairly early in, we're going to want to hire another scientist and build a science ship. So we are going to need 100 Unity for that. And it will reduce our current Unity generation by 2 a month because we'll have to pay the extra upkeep.
We're making 34 a month, so...
Yeah. It's significant.
It won't take long.
Yeah. But 2 is still a significant amount of our Unity generation. So we want to keep it. We don't want to hire too many leaders before we start boosting that. Don't think there's really anything else that we need to worry about right now. Yeah, that should be it. Oh, actually, in our leaders, so our ruler has leader experience gain while they're a counselor. That's good. So, oh, right, that's the one we chose to start with. Our scientist that's surveying got research speed while a counselor, and he is the head of research. Our minister of defense is also commanding our only fleet and has ship weapons damage and sublight speed while a counselor. Nice. The extra sublight speed is great. Sublight speed is an amazingly good bonus all around because it works for all of our ships. Construction, science, military, troop ships, everything. And our Minister of State, who's also governing our homeworld, has leader experience gain on him as well. Okay, so our Minister of State is actually going to level up really fast. That's good. Okay, I don't think we have anything else to do here at the start. So now we're just going to need to wait for minerals to be gathered so that we can build a little bit.
Did you already send the construction ship to do the Law Haven thing?
Yes, I did.
All right.
Although,
if
let me...
click the ship, it will show me the track.
Yeah, it should.
Yeah, there it goes. I see it.
Yep, and on the panel for the ship, it'll tell you near the bottom what it's doing. And if you ever need to know, if you mouse over their task, it'll tell you how long it's going to take them to get to whatever their destination is. Okay, I think we're ready. To pause and unpause in multiplayer, you have to click the date up in the corner, or the pause button. You can't use spacebar.
Yeah, it was an instinct to hit spacebar.
Yeah. All right. But feel free to pause whenever you need to. The game will not auto pause in multiplayer. Here we go. And if you'd like to go faster, feel free to.
I mean, at first, definitely slower because I haven't. There's so many menus in this.
And we automatically got found a colony because of the habitat. And we got build a starbase module. Which...
situation log? I'm trying... Yeah.
Yeah.
You talking about
situation
the
log and then Empire Focus, yeah. So that would have given us 10 progress.
Where did it show that we finished them? Like, I know they were there before.
There was a toast notification in the upper right that said that we completed an objective.
Construction completed. Hastily.
All right. So now we want to send the construction ship to where the science ship is at so that we're ready to build a starbase there when the surveying is done.
Send it to the...
To Sterope.
I just clicked in the middle of the galaxy or the solar system.
Yeah, by default, it'll send it to orbit the star or the station. Okay, so this is our first tradition. I think we should do our first tradition before we hire our first scientist. That way we get any of the initial bonus. Yeah, it costs Unity.
Oh, we're already at 328?
Yep. We've already had 8 months pass.
Was that on slow?
That was on normal.
Oh, okay, yeah.
We can slow it down, though, if you want. So, here's all the traditions. Down at the bottom, starting with cloning, all of the ones from cloning on are special ones that you have to unlock through an Ascension perk later on, so those can be ignored. We are probably ultimately going to want politics.
Statecraft?
Statecraft is more of an internal thing. It's for your counselors and your agendas. Though the finisher does include a discount to empire size, which is a good bonus. But ultimately, we will want politics. We'll want diplomacy. We may want aptitude. I'm not certain, though. But
these-
definitely diplomacy and politics.
Like if you start going through one of these trees, is it something that you can't reverse, or
Once you
would want to?
select it, it's permanent. And once you select one, you in general want to finish it before you start a new one. Because every tradition category you've unlocked increases the amount of unity it takes to unlock the next tradition. And every selection inside of a tradition increases it a small amount. So a tradition category as a whole increases it a bunch, and individual selections increase it a little bit. So in general, it's best to finish one tradition before moving on to the next one.
I'm just mousing over some of the politics one.
Yeah. Those ones we definitely aren't going to be taking as our first ones, because we don't even know other people yet. So it's not needed.
I mean, is expansion a good starting one?
Expansion is a good one to start with. Discovery is a good one to start with. Supremacy can be good to start with. Situationally, unyielding can be good to start. They've done a lot of things to improve starbases. So unyielding can be good. Prosperity can be good. Mercantile can be good. I think those are all the ones I would take as openers. Yeah. Discovery, expansion, supremacy being the most common ones. Situationally, unyielding, prosperity, mercantile.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but expansion sounds decent, and
So let's see here. Expansion reduces our habitat alloy upkeep. Ooh, that's nice. Colony development speed, also good. Starbase influence cost, yeah, this would be good. Pop growth.
is that saving us a little bit because we already have kind of our little special base?
Yep, that's a habitat. So it would actually save us some stuff right off the bat. It would also give us the agenda superior colonies. Does not give us an edict, so we don't need to worry about saving some unity for an edict. Yeah, works for me.
Do you just push adopt?
Yep, you click adopt.
Council agenda available.
There you go. And it shows that we have that new agenda available, which was the superior colonies, colony development speed, and young colonies get a bonus for 10 years. But we're still working on infinite opportunities right now.
Your alloys is now -3.
Yeah, it went up a couple months ago.
Is that just population growth? More things being consumed?
It was probably just because at the start of the game it doesn't quite calculate things right, and so after the first month passes, it's like, oh yeah, this is what your amounts are actually.
All right.
Let's see here. So what can we build in here? Just a stronghold. And then in here, yeah, I think I'm going to have our homeworld build an alloy foundry now. We have enough minerals, and that'll give us 200 metallurgist jobs. It is going to be a bit of a hit to our mineral income, but we could then start working on some mining districts. Yeah, I think that's going to work out for us. Did you... I guess I should explain how all of these buildings work.
Yeah, because it's a little different, because I remember there used to be like a square grid with things.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure that's what it used to be, and this is very different.
It has changed twice since then. They just changed it again with this most recent update. So now you have each planet, based on its planet size, will have a number of districts that it can build. So our planet is 20 size, it can build 20 districts. That can be reduced if you go to the Management tab, down at the bottom, by planetary features. You can see there's like that little green symbol and then a -1 on Industrial Wasteland. That means we're -1 to maximum district.
Yeah, I was looking at that, and so we could clear it. It looks like we could almost clear it right now, but there's no point because we're not close to our max.
Yeah. And if we unlock more districts, it does increase our planet capacity, which if we bring our planet capacity too far, then that mid-range that goes with our population to get the maximum growth would end up too far away from our current population. We'd start suffering, or we wouldn't have as good of a bonus to population growth. And if you scroll down, you can see there's the green button to clear blocker for some of them, but some of them, starting with Blight Upon the Land, don't have a button to clear.
There's a lot of blockers.
Yep. So these are because of our origin. These are all associated with our search for the Toxic God. As we progress through our quest line, we will clear these as part of completing those quests. But in some cases, a blocker will be permanent and have a penalty on it, and there's just nothing you can do. Other cases, it'll be positive. Like, we have a bunch of ones below that give us extra possible generator districts and agriculture and stuff like that. But so back on the surface tab, so you can see next to the planet size of 20, there's a green 5 with a bunch of squares next to it.
Yep.
So that's showing that we can build up to 5 more districts right now, and the orange hashed out squares represent districts that are blocked by a planetary blocker on the Management tab. So we could build more than 5 if we unblocked some of them, but 5 available right now is fine for us. If you build a city district, which is that first category up there, the kind of bluish category, if you mouse over the build button, you can see build city district, and it'll give you 600 housing and then a whole bunch of different types of jobs.
Oh, and it's trying to show us what resources we'd get. Okay.
Yep. And so if all of those jobs were filled, then we would get those resources and spend those resources.
The cost of minerals. All right.
Yep.
And do we already have a city district? It looks like we already have.
Yeah, we have 2 of them. You can see 2 of 15.
Okay. Yeah.
Now, the resources that you get and the job upkeep is actually based on the specialization for the city district. Where it says archives and mixed industry, those are the specializations that we have. If you mouse over each one, you can see it'll have a per district modifier with it.
Okay, yeah.
So our capital starts very generalized. It's got the archive for science and unity, and it's got the mixed industry for both alloys and consumer goods. These both produce less jobs than a fully focused specialization would, but they're great when you only have one planet. If you click on, say, archives, You'll get an extra panel over on the right side for district details.
There you go.
And then you can see the archives are there. It'll say District Specialization 1 Details, and then it'll be a little pair of arrows in a circle. You can click on that, and you can see all the specializations.
And this will be available on almost all our planets?
Yeah, every planet can specialize the first district automatically. So normally you have to have a tech unlocked to specialize the first district on any of your colonies past your capital. But because we have functional architecture, we get it automatically. And then the second one doesn't unlock until your essentially your capital building, the first building in the upper left in the city district with the little flag on it. It's the planetary administration. That has to be upgraded to a certain level to get access to the second district specialization. So basically you have to have enough population to specialize a second time. But you can see the breakdowns of the jobs. Actually, the mixed industry doesn't have less jobs than others. It has a total of 100 jobs. It's only the archives that has less. No, archives has 100 jobs as well. What was I thinking of that was less? Oh, it's the General Research Enclave. That's what it is. The Research Enclave only has 90 jobs. It's a generalized research. If you want more jobs than that, you need to actually do like a specialized research. And you'll get those extra 10 jobs.
So I'm trying to understand here, like the mixed industry thing, there's one building in that district? Is that correct?
Yes.
And so the bonuses, the district specialization bonuses, do they apply to each building in there? Or is it just a general bonus to your planet?
Well, you can see that the district specialization, the only bonus that's in there is it gives us 3 building slots, and it gives a per district bonus. It doesn't actually give any building bonuses. And the per district bonus is when we build a district there, which is the button up top. And when you build a district, it just fills in another box in that 2 out of 15 list at the bottom of the city district.
Okay.
So you have 2 different things essentially. You have district slots that you can build, and you have building slots that you can build in. Buildings are usually a standalone thing, and to see the list of the buildings, you would click on one of those boxes with the plus. So if you clicked on the one for mixed industry, you would only see an alloy foundry and a civilian industry, because it can only build things associated with its specialization. Likewise, the archives has the administrative offices, the Autocathon monument, and the research labs. Which the Autocathon monument we do want to build soonish, because it's more Unity.
So building the district will give us the bonuses and allow us to build specialized buildings in that district for more bonuses. Is that basically what's going on?
Yes. And the buildings that you build in that district will either give you more jobs, which is what that civilian industries one does, just gives more artisan jobs. Or if you click on the building slot for the archives, you can see like the Autocathon monument gives more unity from all jobs on the planet. Plus it generates some unity from civilians, but it also costs consumer goods from civilians.
So you can definitely make planets. Like, can you have the same district, like more than one of the same district?
Yes, you can. And in general, you do want to specialize your planets. So that's always been the case in Stellaris, is you wanted to specialize your planets. They have started making a move towards indicating that they want you to make your planets more generalized, though. Because in this recent update, what they did was, we won't see it here. Once we have an additional colony, say we have another colony and we make it a energy planet. We're just going to build basic generators there. Actually, that's a bad example. Let's say we make it a mining district one. And we're just going to have mining jobs. Any food that the people on that planet would need to handle their upkeep would end up down in the planet deficit section. You can see there's a planet production, planet deficit. If you have a planet deficit, in addition to your empire needing to supply that good from somewhere else to not cause you to start losing that, you also have to pay some trade in order to transfer that resource from one planet to another. So having a planetary deficit actually costs you trade. Okay, you hear how many point to turn on Furen? What do you mean turn on Furen? Furen is here.
We're on the same empire. I think he wants you to kill me and like destroy my empire, but he doesn't understand. We're playing the same empire. He can't turn on me.
We're co-oping. So it is something to keep in mind that as you specialize planets, it is going to cost us more and more trade, but in general, trade's been pretty easy to come by so far. Didn't use the kill word, you did. We know what you mean, Vald. We speak Valdese.
Okay, I think I
okay.
So yeah, I mean, yeah. So if making a pure mining there'd be a lot of problems. You'd be losing a lot of income because you need to trade for food.
Yeah,
effectively, right?
But
and in the old days, there was just whatever that planet created was just added to your pool of resources.
Yep, that was it. Yep.
Okay, so yeah, like, but you could still make a fairly mining-heavy thing with just enough food to cover like the basics.
Yeah, but honestly, trade income is so easy to come by. I essentially ignore that cost, and I still just build fully specialized planets. Like I will build ones with just mining districts and like a little bit of city districts. If you click on the building slot in one of the 6 building slots that are in the main city district, well, I guess one of the 2 that are empty.
There's a lot of stuff here.
Yeah, so these are all buildings you can possibly build.
For now.
Yes, for right now. And this list will get longer and longer. We are going to want to build a medical center soon as well. Because that's pop growth speed. Do we want pop growth speed or alloys right now? I think we want pop growth speed first. So we probably want to build a medical center first. If you want to go ahead and select that. There we go. And then the next thing we should build is the alloys. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and build another science ship. So I'll step us through building a science ship. That way, each of us have a science vessel that we can control on our own. So if you are in the galaxy view and you can see our brilliant system, the little white hex with the black circles in it, if you mouse over it, it'll say Brilliant Station. You can click on that, and it'll bring up the starbase for our capital area.
I did bring this window up once because I was looking at our ship, and I zoomed in.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
The first tab, Command, will let you build modules and buildings and upgrade the starbase, but we don't have the tech to upgrade. The next one is defense platforms, which they actually made a lot better than they used to be. They're somewhat useful now. Army Hub is a relatively new feature. This will let you build armies from all planets within that sector of your empire, and the armies will build evenly across all the planets in that sector and then gather at this particular station, which is way better than it used to be, where you had to click on every planet, build the armies, and then manually launch them and move them to another location to all meet up. And then finally the shipyard.
Yeah.
Yep, and you can see the science ship there. It's going to cost us 100 alloys. So go ahead and click on that, and it'll go into the queue.
Have we
It's gonna
started
take
building
60
more
days.
alloys? Because
We haven't, but it's fine. We still have some time. And we can buy some alloys as well. In fact, how much is it to buy alloys? 5. Yeah, I'll just keep buying minerals for right now.
where is the market? I've seen you. Oh, there it is. I found it.
Yeah, if you click either at the very bottom of the left outliner, or you can click on any resource at the top of the screen, and it'll open you up specifically to that resource.
Oh, yeah, that's much easier.
And one of the first things I usually do in a new game is set up a trade to start buying minerals, since minerals are kind of everything at the beginning of the game.
So if
'Cause
we're
it's-
getting a new science ship, are we going to need a new scientist soon?
Yeah, we'll need a new scientist in 2 months, which we should have the Unity to purchase them in a couple of months.
Yep. They're all 100.
All right.
All 4 of them.
Yeah. All right. Here we go.
All right. Yeah, now I see it going. And the construction ship, is there anything to do with it now that it's in sterile?
If you select it and right click on Sterope, you can see build starbase outpost, and if you mouse over it, even though it has an X, it'll tell you why you can't build the starbase there.
Yeah, we just don't have enough alloy.
Also, you can see the Sterope system is not fully surveyed.
Oh,
So
Yes,
you
that
can't
is
build
also
the
right.
outpost until it's fully surveyed. Okay, let's choose a new scientist. So, you can either go to the leaders panel on the left side, or you can click the new science ship, and you'll see an empty leader slot. And then you can click on that, and it'll take you automatically to a filtered list of available scientists. Now, one of the
There's
things to
4.
keep in
Oh.
mind is the ethics of the leaders that you're hiring. Because as you hire these leaders, it is going to influence the ethics of your population overall, especially if any of these people end up as the leader of our empire, or if they end up on the council.
Well, I mean, 3 of them are just our main ethics. So the
Right.
first one, the spiritualist.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the spiritualist has one of the really good traits, the archaeologist one. Because having that excavation speed for archaeology sites is really important in the early game. I really like Meticulous. That's a great one. That anomaly discovery chance early in is really nice. Hey, Pat. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. Oh, Lang, your Stellaris run has been rough. Oh, no, what happened? So, yeah, I'd recommend Chaotic Bombshell for that.
He's the older, doesn't matter. Is age really that important?
So if you mouse over his age, you can see when he starts making death rolls.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be around for a while. It's not really a
Yeah,
big
so
deal.
41 years until he starts making death rolls. It should be fine.
It takes us 2 months to get the stuff to buy one of these, so...
Yeah.
all right, I'll go with them.
Yep. There we go.
Oh, and the upkeep. So yeah, I guess that does reduce how much. I guess I was gonna say, it's like, can we just have a? Is there any benefit to having one if you don't have a science ship for them?
No. They will earn XP while they're assigned to do some sort of job, but if they're not assigned to do any job, then they just kind of sit there wasting your Unity.
Yeah.
You started next to a
And I guess
fallen
technically
empire,
it
and
says
they
2 or
attacked
3,
you,
so-
cut you off from the rest of the universe. Oof, sorry about that, Pat. Time to re-roll. What was that, Furen?
Yeah, we're 2 of 3, so you only can have 3.
It's a soft cap. Once you go over that limit, all of your leaders start costing more Unity.
Yeah. Okay.
Most of their soft caps are like that. Leaders, star bases. You can see our star base capacity is 1 of 3. and naval capacity, our 3 out of 50, are all soft caps. If you go over that cap, you can go over, but then all of the things in that category start costing more. And I am... So, my general idea for surveying in the early game is to look for the 2 habitable worlds that are going to be near us. So, we found one of them so far. And to secure some early choke points for borders. So, like that star that's south of Sterope, that's probably going to be one of our early places that we also grab, because it's a nice choke point.
Yeah.
What difficulty are you playing on? Was it Ensign? It's the one with no bonuses for
Captain.
players or...
The one lower than Captain,
Yeah, no bonuses for players or AI.
I think.
Furen has not played for 8 years, so...
It might as well be a completely new game.
Yeah. The last time Furen played, they actually had the tile grid for
It
the
was
planets.
Utopia / Leviathans. I think Leviathans came out while we were playing our game.
Yeah, I think so. So I'm gonna head over this way, I think, first.
Yeah,
All
like
right.
everything to our north is like, unless there's somebody in there, like that's
all
fairly
kind of
enclosed.
ours. Yeah, I'm going to head over to Karos, and then I'm going to hit those 2 lines that are kind of going away outside of our little cluster of stars and see where those lead. Because it may be that we'll have to have 3 choke points. They might have had just in a couple DLCs since he played. 1 or 2? Yeah, just a couple. Alright. Or 12.
The situation
Yes.
has been cataloged.
Hey, we got the Erasians. Of course we got the Erasians. Playing the same empire. Yes, we are co-oping the same empire. This was actually the one I wanted the least, I believe. Is that right? I always forget which
Okay,
precursor is which.
you roll with what you get.
Yep. Yeah. It does give us some research bonuses and population growth. But it also gives us the Javorian pox, which we aren't going to be using because it's a bioweapon that you can use in orbital bombardment. I would imagine we're not going to use that.
Generally not the direction we're going.
Yeah. Next, you're going to say there's been a satisfactory update or a thing. There has been a satisfactory update, and it's been amazing. Okay, so the Erasian Concordant. We recovered artifacts from an ancient alien civilization on Sterope 6. From what we have translated so far of their language, we have learned that these aliens call themselves the Erasian Concordant. They were an interstellar power that held sway over this region of the galaxy a little over 1 million years ago. They appear to have been 6-limbed mammalians, and there are several references to some sort of plague called the Javorian pox, which swept across their empire with devastating results, possibly leading to their extinction. So, you can see here in a multiplayer setup, I mouse over the interesting thing. There's actually an icon here for your icon in the multiplayer, and if I mouse over it in the tooltip, it says this event option has already been selected by you. Selecting this option will not trigger its effects again.
Oh, yeah. I read it while you were talking, and then I was like, okay. And I wasn't thinking that it's shared.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing, is it's nice because it tells you, hey, somebody in your group has already made a choice on this event. And it shows you exactly who's done that.
It wasn't
so it's
me.
kind of nice. It wasn't me. Yeah, it was. It was. All right. So yeah, that's an early start on our precursor. That's good.
I just noticed in the overview thing, it talks about unemployment in our planets, or starbase/planet. Where do you even see that? Like, oh, there's another pop-up.
So where do you see unemployment on the planet screen itself?
Yeah, well, it's just saying there's unemployment and it can cause unrest and all that. I'm just curious to see where that is, and I assume just building buildings is how you solve that?
Yeah, building buildings is how you solve it, or letting them migrate to planets that have jobs, because over time they will migrate, as long as you allow it. Normally, there should be a little briefcase icon next to that house icon in the overview when you have unemployed, but I'm guessing it only shows up when you're over a certain amount of unemployed. But so if you click on the planet Tricady, you can see over on the right side, there's some triangles, and if you mouse over each one, it'll give you information about those unemployed pops.
So wait, out of our 3,700, we're missing like 15 or whatever?
Just a handful of jobs.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
this is... So if we built a workplace, we wouldn't even have the people to work and give us the resources right now?
Yeah, we actually do. So if you mouse over that 0 next to the little construction worker looking pawn,
Yeah.
that's our available jobs. Elite jobs, specialist jobs, worker jobs are the different stratas of jobs. And you can see it's the gold, the silver, and the bronze icons in the unemployed section.
And there's civilian at the bottom. So we do have a lot.
So each of those stratas, they will look for a job within their strata when they're unemployed. After a certain amount of time, the higher their strata is, the more time it takes them to do this. They will demote to the next strata down and start looking for a job in that category. It's basically someone going, well, I'm an elite, I'm only going to take an elite job. I've been unemployed forever, I should probably go look for a specialist job. Why is the sky black? Because the galaxy is black? Because it's empty space? Is Furen a real-life friend? Yes. How much does it cost for this School of Lang? Are there discounts for pirates? Don't you pirate your discount? Find your own discount. And so, yeah, you pointed out there's civilian jobs down there, too. So civilians are kind of unemployed pops, but they're also a general workforce that's available. So these are people that are doing things, but they're not doing any of our detailed jobs. What they do is civilian jobs generate the amenities resource over to the left of the one you're looking at right now. The little music note and the theater masks.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. However, in general, you don't need a whole lot of civilian jobs to maintain enough amenities to keep your population happy. Though if you have a lot of amenities, you get a big happiness bonus. And higher happiness leads to higher stability and better approval ratings, which is less crime. In general, keeping the pops happy is a good thing. But we can draw that down quite a bit and use those civilian jobs, those civilian pops, to fill in new jobs that we create.
Our unemployment numbers are not a big deal right now.
Right now, no. Not at all.
All right.
Okay, and what is
Now,
this
the
event?
200 politician jobs, are they in a certain building, or that's just a default to having a planet?
So, what you can do is go to the economy tab and just click in a blank area of the elites section. Does it show here? Oh, no, it doesn't show here. This doesn't show where the jobs are coming from. I forgot that. It's on surface.
But
they
show what they're consuming.
It shows what they're consuming and producing, yeah. And you can say we're like, okay, well, we're running short on consumer goods, that orange symbol. Let's half the amount of politicians that are working. We can afford to lose the bonuses that they're giving us to save some consumer goods. You could do something. You can scale that. Each box there is 5%. So you can kind of say only employ 50% of these or 20% or whatever.
But I mean, the bonuses they're giving seem to be pretty...
Yeah, they're good. That's usually something you'll do with the worker jobs. It's like, okay, well, I have the space for 1,000 farmers, but I have plenty of food right now, and I have available miner jobs, and I need minerals. Let's scale the farmers down and make sure those pops work on the mining jobs, since we don't have enough pops to cover everything. Or even just to force them to take civilian jobs and generate amenities. If you go to the Surface tab and mouse over our planetary administration.
Planetary administration, where was that?
It's the first building in the city district.
Thank you.
You can see at the bottom of the planet modifier section, politician jobs, plus 200.
Okay, yep. Enforcer.
Yep. Those, that's the resource.
Specialists.
Yep. That's the resource for crime, is what they help control. It's the little black silhouette. And you can see just the raw amount of pops generates a certain amount of crime. And as long as you have enough enforcer jobs to equal or exceed that, you don't have any crime problems on the colony.
And I'm looking at their buffs. They just eat a little bit of food and then they,
Why aren't you playing a
Stability.
Devouring Swarm or Determined Exterminators? Because this is what Furen and I decided to play. Sat down for a bit, looked at what was available since he had last played. That's what we're going with. Knights of the Toxic God.
So do you never play this style? Am I like pushing you down a path you're not used to?
I tend to play Gestalts most of the time, but off stream, the Empire I'm playing is not a Gestalt, so it's fine. So contact report for remnants. This
Just pop up.
All right, so that will give us either the bioreactor, hyperlane breach points, or some society
Now-
research.
Research option gained means it will show up in the list for sure.
It becomes
Or,
a permanent research option. Yes,
Okay.
it becomes like the habitat research is. And then it also has tech progress gained, which means it'll show up down there and it'll have a little bit of the research already done. And getting that tech progress gained to 100% through various ways can actually finish a technology without you ever actually manually researching it.
Is there a way to see how much it takes? Because I mean, what is 10% for actual amount?
Unfortunately, no, there's not a way to see. There's no additional details on these.
Although I vaguely remember that they were all like around 2,000, so this is about the same as the 220 anyways.
Yeah, as they go up in tier and in strength, they do become more expensive. I will say, however, the bioreactor is not something we need. It
Yeah,
changes
there's another
food
one
into
very
energy,
similar.
and we're fine without that right now. I would recommend the hyperlane breach points from the egalitarian option. Yeah, anytime you see the symbol for something off to the side of an option, you can mouse over it. It'll tell you that that option is available because of a certain thing. In this case, that option is presented because of our ethics.
Okay, yeah, egalitarian.
Yeah. So if we weren't egalitarian, this would not be in as an option for this event. But yeah, I would take the diversity enriches our collective wisdom, unless you think something else would be much better.
My knowledge is so low that for now I will just go with what you have or what you say.
All right.
Looks like our science ship is getting there.
Yep. All right. I'm pausing again.
I mean, it's obvious that it's surveyed something when it shows a little resource icon. If it's surveyed a place and it shows like is it? How do you know if it's surveyed someone?
So
Right.
if you look at Stirrup 5, where the ship is right now,
Yeah.
you can see it's a gray text and no banner on the background. Whereas, like, if you look at Stirrup 1, it's white text with a gray banner behind it.
Oh, so is this little like Cero 2 planet or whatever doesn't have any text?
Which means it's not surveyable.
Oh, okay. So that's all it is.
Yeah.
So it's just got the 2 left, and then it's done.
Yep. And if you select the science ship, you can see in his orders underneath the portrait for the scientist that he's 16% through this survey, and he has 1 additional order after this. And if you mouse over that, you'll see the tooltip shows that it's Stirrup 5 and Stirrup 5A.
Yeah, that's the easiest way to know.
Yep.
Now, did you do something with the other science ship? Because I know we built the other
Yeah,
one.
I sent it over to Karos.
Oh.
We found a toxic terraforming candidate. Excellent.
A new tradition.
The system
Worthwhile to
has been
users.
surveyed.
All right. New tradition. So, toxic terraforming. Name this one Trisha. Wow. Rude.
Track T2.
What's that?
Track T2 or Prime. No, probably we're already on Track T Prime. We can't call it that.
Yeah. Just call all the toxic worlds Stricady. It's fine. It's fine. So now we have the option. We can choose either of the ones at the top of expansion. But we do want to keep in consideration of what we want next.
I mean, the right one seems to be a little nicer in the short term, although we're really just starting.
The right one isn't going to give us any benefit right now. We don't have a colony going yet. The left one would make the starbase that we're about to build cheaper in influence, which we're only generating 3 a month on influence, and a starbase is normally, I think, 75. Influence is the purple silhouette
Okay, yeah.
with the little aura coming off of it. If this is your species, wouldn't that be a compliment? You'd like a planet named after you. All right. We'll make our second colony named after you, Pat. So that's nice. The colony development speed will be good once we get our first colony, which we're not too far away from. The urban districts when establishing colonies is also handy, and we probably want that before we establish our first colony. The bonus underneath that one is also pop growth speed, which is pretty strong, especially early in the game. You meant in real life too? Understandable, Pat. Whereas the 2 bonuses that are underneath the reach for the stars are not as important right now.
So do we go for the pop growth speed right away, or I mean, yeah.
Or do we save some influence right away?
How long until we have a colony? Probably a while.
It takes a little bit of time to build the colony ship. It takes... Actually, we don't even have the alloys to build a colony ship right now. But it does take a year to build a colony ship. And then it takes the travel time to get there. And then it takes, I think, 2 years to colonize the planet.
Yeah, so maybe the left one then. Save a little money. What is the starbase costing in the end?
Yeah. So the starbase should be 75 influence. So this would bring it down 7.5 points. It's Mars, but Pucky. That's Planet Pat. Nice. Can get a colony out pretty quick. Yeah, decently quick. Wouldn't be surprised if he'd name a planet Tricades Toxic Pit of Unending Despair. Wow, why would I do that? Now that has a nice ring to it.
Almost fits the naming scheme of our species.
It does kind of
Like
fit the
their
naming scheme.
Descriptive names.
All right. So reach for the stars then.
Yeah.
All right. Let's do
I
that.
mean, we'll get more pretty quick. This builds
Yeah,
pretty
you can
fast.
see. Oh wow, we're at more Unity than I thought. It's 9 months for the next tradition.
Yeah, I think that's maybe you're not used to having this type of species because we generate so much of that kind of the theme.
Yeah.
This spaceship is now, or science ship is doing nothing.
Yeah, so I think the spot to the south of you would be good to survey because it's a good choke point. Lang would live on it.
Right click on unknown and just say survey system because I can't actually go there.
Yeah, survey system.
What would explore be? Just
Explore just takes you
revealing it?
to... Yeah, it just reveals it. Without actually
Right,
surveying.
sent the science ship. But we can't harvest or use any of these resources until we have something like what, a starbase or something.
We have to build a
over here?
starbase there, yeah.
Okay.
And so we are short alloys for the starbase. I think it would be worthwhile to buy the alloys to get that starbase. So if you go to the Galactic Market, Lang would live on it, make it his home base or his holiday resort. He'd really feel at home. Wow. No, I wouldn't. I don't want you guys to suffer.
So yes, I'm looking at all of these different. Well, buy. What is it costing? Market. It's just a trade.
Trade, yeah. And so for 25 alloys, it's going to cost 130 trade, which is fine. We've got 370 right now, and we're making a positive amount.
So how many do we need?
We need 33, so you have to buy twice.
There you go.
And now you should be able to build the starbase. And I'm going to...
I need the construction ship for this, I assume.
Yes.
And then I go to Sterope. And does it matter where I click on the star?
You can just right-click on the system as a whole from the galaxy map. That's usually the easiest way to do it.
And build starbase outposts. Yep. Okay.
Yep. Okay, so that's telling us we're running low on alloys. That's fine for right now. We can buy some more when we have some more trade. I am, however, going to go to our homeworld and build that alloy foundry. It's definitely time for that. Although, do we want the alloy foundry or do we want another city district? Probably the alloy foundry.
Are you just going to throw it in the mixed industry?
Yeah,
Or-
in the mixed industry since it can go there. Yeah,
I mean,
that's,
if you can put it in a specialized district, that's always the best choice.
in general, yeah, because your 6 generic slots have to be able to cover every other building that doesn't go in your specialized ones that you want to have. And there's so many buildings that are good.
Do you find yourself sometimes removing stuff from the main city district to put in a specialization just to free up a slot?
Yes, I have done
core.
that.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely. Okay, So that's set. These guys are starting to get some unemployment as well, but we don't have the minerals to do anything about it. Probably the next thing we want to build, though, is the medical center. So the habitat's going to need a medical center when we reach 340 minerals.
Wait, I thought we did do a medical center.
We did one on the homeworld, but not on the habitat. On Charlatan's promise. We need to put one.
I never actually looked at what medical center does. Pop growth. Infrastructure build speed. Interesting.
Well, the infrastructure build speed is showing that we build faster because of that.
Yeah, it's not from,
Yeah, it's not from the building. Yeah, this building will give us amenities, pop growth speed, and monthly organic pop growth multiplier in exchange for some consumer goods. And it'll make 200 jobs. All right.
You can only have one starbase per system?
Yes. Well, kind of. There's a megastructure starbase that can be built as well, but we don't have access to it right now.
Just click the ship to see this Kairos, because I hadn't actually looked at all. Oh, that's a lot of minerals and energy. A lot of resources. This seems much better for resources, but so if you can't habitat a planet,
hastily,
starbase. If you can't habitat a system or whatever with people, you can just have a starbase and all your workers and everything work on the various planets via the starbase. Is that how it works?
Oh, you mean the habitat?
Well, yeah, like Kairos, right? Like.
Mm-hmm.
How do you work all of these resources from all the planets, the star, and everything, if there's no habitable planet?
Oh, just if you select the construction ship, you can right-click on the system, and you can see build mining stations is going to cost us 400 minerals. It just builds mining stations, and they have an energy upkeep.
Okay, so you don't actually need people to get those resources.
No.
All right.
You just need the minerals to build those.
Is that actually what we should be doing with the construction ship in Sterope now? Is starting to build some of these?
And rather than do it from the galaxy map, since we're really short on minerals right now, we're going to want to target, and we want to go after Sterope 1
6.
Since it has 6 on it. Yeah. And just assign it to build that for right now.
Yeah, because these other ones, I mean...
Yeah, the other ones we could wait a little bit. Because I do need to build a building on our habitat. And we're going to want to buy more alloys now that we have enough trade. If you want to go ahead and do that. There we go.
That's all we can do. Oh,
and don't worry about the monthly trade price too high. That'll be fine. Actually, yeah. Go ahead and cancel the mineral trade. You can do that by right. You can see in the automatic trade section of the market. You can right click on the line and it'll cancel it. Yeah.
So it was just trading. Yeah, I guess I can't remember you setting that up, but I didn't know at the time.
Yeah. I did it without talking about it much because it was just something we needed, and it wasn't going to make sense until you understood how important the minerals actually were. Expanding our border showed that we have a gateway there. That's nice.
Oh, nice.
Wow, and
another 6.
Yeah, another 6 minerals. Nice, nice. The other nice thing is Kairos has 2 alloys in it, which is great.
All right. This place branches off to a lot of places.
Mm-hmm.
Thrish. I mean, you were talking about Trish earlier. This is very, very close by chance.
It is true.
Council agenda ready.
Okay, there's our council agenda. So if you click on that, you can see launch agenda is the option now for infinite opportunities.
Click the launch agenda. Okay, and then
Yep.
it'll make people happier.
Yep. And then you can click the plus there, where it was, and we can select a new one. Go ahead and take a look through and tell me what you think looks good.
Are these things, are some of these permanent?
Some of them are permanent, yes.
Like I see expand the council, and I was going to
That
ask
is
about
permanent,
block
yeah.
thing. Okay, yeah. But what's the position? Like I administer defense, state, and research. So what's this last one?
That is going to be based off of our civics. So if you go to our empire by clicking the empire logo in the upper left, you can mouse over our civics. Diplomatic Corps gives council position High Ambassador, and functional architecture gives Master Architect.
Okay, yeah, that's right. So the things we picked early on.
Yep. And so we'd have to choose one of those as our extra council position.
I mean, diplomatic course, we're not talking to anybody yet, so trust cap seems a little pointless for now.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah. Infrastructure build speed would be nice.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
So, council agenda. I mean, Unity, we're getting so much Unity already.
Yeah.
Can it probably, like, that probably will not be a problem for us.
Agreed.
We don't have factions yet? I don't think
Not
so.
yet,
I
nope.
think you would have mentioned it. No. Yeah, a lot of these don't seem to apply to us. No, don't. We don't have a colony yet, although we're getting there. I mean, we come in peace sounds great in the future, but
Yeah.
are these always get like when we do this the next time, is it gonna be the same set minus the one we finished?
Yes. And if you mouse over infinite opportunities down in the,
Yeah, I hadn't gotten to that one, but that was the next one.
you can see.
Oh, that's the one we did. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's the one we just did. Oh, it won't show it yet. But basically, they have a cooldown after they've been used. So even once
says
it's
active
still
for 10 years.
Yeah, it's active for 10 years, but there's an additional cooldown once it's no longer active before
so
we can
you
use
do
it again. Yeah.
All right.
So it will be returned to the list. It's just going to be a little while before we can do it again.
All right. And then the rest are unavailable.
Yep.
So,
And you can mouse over them
I
to
mean-
see like what you need to have access to those. A lot of it is
Oh,
unlock a
spiritualist,
particular
yeah.
tradition or have a particular ethic.
All right. I mean, it seems like expand the council is probably permanent, and so it's hard to not just go with that.
Yep,
Early.
I absolutely recommend expand the council as your first selection once you can select one.
And then where's the generation for? I guess I can. Oh, time to launch 159 months. Is that just a fairly monthly agenda progress 44 from council 44? Oh, okay. So it's
Yeah, so-
basically our leaders. I guess if they improve and level up, this might get faster.
Yeah, and then our empire size will modify how much total agenda progress we need to launch an agenda. And then our counselors can also get traits that increase agenda speed.
So this actually might get a little slower over time because it's just
It does
the empire
get
gets
slow
big.
over time, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
You see the little rocket to the lower left of the agenda?
Yes.
There's a launch early option.
Oh, Unity. Okay, yeah.
Yep.
Although
And-
we make a lot of Unity, so that
Yeah.
might not be
The
horrible.
Unity cost, I believe, scales down the more progress you've made on the agenda. So if it's really close to done, a lot of times you can just go, oh, I want this like 5 months early.
So that is set.
Yep, we're all
I
good
had
there.
One last. Oh, I never clicked the terraforming pop-up. Ah, look at that. Lang has selected this option.
Alright, you all set?
Okay. Yep. Oh wait, it didn't. It didn't get rid of the terraforming event top left thing.
Hey, you can just right-click on an event to get rid of it.
I just right-click it.
A system has been surveyed.
Oh, Karos is done.
Karos. Lots of society, some energy.
You immediately move on to.
Completed. Hastily.
Oh, there we go. That's the starbase, I believe.
Nice.
So now that space station's here, are we able to start? Oh no, that was the mining thing that had finished.
An anomaly has been found.
All right, we have 3 things.
Yep.
The tradition. Where do we want to go?
I mean, how far are we from colonizing another planet?
Pretty close. Once we get our alloys under control, which you can see the progress bar for the alloy foundry is at 89% there. So it's almost done. Once we have those under control, we can build a colony ship and colonize that planet.
Wait, why did on the overview window you have a third icon tab at the top? I have the building and the ship, but the thing to the right of that I don't have.
Oh, it is because I have changed what goes on what tab.
Oh, yeah, okay. I hit the
So
gear and-
if you click the gear and down at the bottom, select Custom Outliner tab. I believe that's right.
Didn't add it. I saw something change, but
Oh, it's the politics tab. This won't show up until you get factions. So it shows up. Actually, no, the situation. Did I move the situation there too? Where is your situation in your tabs? Is it on your ship tab or your overview tab?
the overview.
Okay. So what I did was the factions will appear on the politics tab once we have them. At some point in my playthroughs, I moved these options for the civilian ships and the situation over to that tab, because in general I only like to have planets on the overview tab since I have so many planets. And I don't want to scroll through the list to get to some of these other things.
And yeah, I don't see a reason to have ships on both, which it currently is, which is a little confusing.
And so I keep civilian ships over on the politics tab because I usually by like mid-game have a ton of civilian ships, and I don't like them adding a scroll bar to the ships section where I have military ships and shipyards and stations, because that's already a pretty long tab. And so I kind of keep the first tab as just planets, the second tab as just my military ships and my stations, and then like everything else goes in the remaining tabs. Because there's also going to be a tab for mega structures once we get them. But yeah, it's just how I personally prefer to do it. You can customize these fairly well as you like.
I
you
only
can
have
see
the 2 tabs, so I
yeah,
don't
but
see
like
how
on
it
the
actually
ships
can go.
tab, you could move like your situation over to it by selecting it there and then deselecting it from the other one.
I just moved I had the civilian ships on both, which was a bit much. So
Yeah,
it's a little
yeah,
easier
you
to
definitely don't want them on both.
I
How do you
mean,
have minus?
As it gets bigger, I'll change it.
Yeah, how do you have -2 alloys? Because we have jobs that are consuming alloys. We have our order hall here and our orders keep. So we are consuming 13 alloys because of knights and squires. And then the habitat administration. Lang, can you call in sick for me so I can play Stellaris all day? Okay, thanks. Your boss said get back to work. Sorry. So yeah, we may want to take the starbase upkeep reduction for right now, since it's going to be a little bit to gather the alloys to do the colony. But on the other hand, if we take the colony one now, our next selection could be pop growth speed.
Yeah.
I think
what is the
either of
starbase
those would
costing
be
us?
good. Starbases are costing us
I mean, I can click on this
some
one.
energy.
I mean,
Looks like they are
we don't
costing us
really-
just some energy. Yeah.
Is there a cap? Oh yeah, there's the cap is so far away. That's not a problem. But yeah, you know what? If we don't need energy that bad right now, I think I'm just gonna go down the colonization path.
Makes sense. Seems really early in the game for consuming alloys. Must be a civic thing. It's not a civic. It is because we are Knights of the Toxic God. And so we start with a unique orbital habitat that has the Order's Keep on it, that has Knight jobs and Squire jobs. Knights turn alloys into unity and research and increase naval cap and spawn defensive armies. And Squires provide amenities and increase the output of the Lord Commander and Knight jobs.
That charlatan's promise is eating a lot of alloy. Wow.
Yeah, 13 all by itself, I believe.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's basically almost all of it. Like,
Uh-huh.
I guess normally when you start a game, you're like, all of these are generally going up.
Yes,
It's not usual to have this type of extreme negative.
correct. It's part of the challenge of our start.
I mean, did you actually finish that alloy building?
It's almost done. You can see in the outliner, it's at 89%. All right. We have.
I can't see in my alloy planner, so maybe I should add that.
Okay, let's see here. So I have. Oh, one of the things you may want to set the planet mode to designation over type.
Okay.
The other thing is actually I should do this is change from planets to sectors. I don't remember what the game
Yeah, okay,
defaults to. In the early game, I like to use the sectors in the overview. Later on, I like to just use planets because I don't care what sector they're in. I want to be able to see like all of my alloy planets in a row. I want to see all of my planets of the highest population right in a row, things like that.
You can click. I like how you can click in the overview, like track D, and it minimizes. You can click on the sector, and it minimizes it. So
Yeah, it's very nice.
that's nice.
Yeah, it helps a lot. But yeah, so that's almost done.
Building now. Oh, okay. Wait, where is it being built? I don't see the 89%.
So
Oh, okay. You're mousing
if you mouse over
like
the
that.
bar,
Yeah, okay, I
yeah.
get it. Yeah. Now
the
I see it.
tooltip.
Okay, well that'll be nice. Hopefully that can
Yeah,
more than
it
cover the minus two.
has 34 days left. So we'll get one more tick of the minus alloys, and then, well, we'll get 2 more ticks of minus alloys because it'll tick once,
Oh.
then the jobs will fill in, and then it'll update.
7.5. Like it's just gonna.
We'll be fine. So now we have our leader leveled up. This
Oh, that was
is,
number
yep. That is
Wow.
Best and Unstoppable. That is the one that's running your ship. So he is our head of research, but he's also running a science ship. So unfortunately, people that are on the council that are also doing non-council jobs, you potentially have a conflict where it's like, well, do I want to give them leader traits that affect them as a counselor, or do I want to give them traits that make them better at the job that they're doing? So in this case, Roamer would make him better at his job. It would increase his survey speed. increasing Spark of Genius from Tier 1 to Tier 2, or taking Champion of the People makes him better as a counselor. The advantage of the counselor stuff is that it affects the entire Empire, usually, in some fashion.
Would you ever have somebody not doing a ship and just doing the leadership role, or there's no point in doing that?
There's no
they might
point.
as well.
Because they earn XP from doing the job as well, so they level up faster if they're doing some sort of work.
Yeah, our people are plenty happy right now. I am not worried about that right now. Research seems nice. I mean, we are surveying a lot right now, and that's an early game thing, so it almost seems like the survey speed might be more useful in the short term.
I think Spark of Genius or 2 or Roamer are both good choices at this point of the game. Either one would be fine.
Like, you eventually get to a point where you're not doing too much surveying.
Yes, eventually.
Yeah.
But not until like the mid-game, especially on a large galaxy.
Yeah. I'll go with Roamer. Alright. That was anomaly.
Okay, and so they found an anomaly. If you click on that, you can see the difficulty and the time to investigate. If the time to investigate isn't red, then I'll usually research the anomaly right away. However, there are some times where I'm like, okay, I'm going to ignore all anomalies initially, and I'm just going to deal with them with a specialized anomaly researcher later on. Pros and cons, like you survey faster if you ignore them, but you also miss out on any early resource boosts that the anomaly may give you. So in general, I think the best thing to do...
Good?
What's that?
Like, are the anomalies, like the result from the anomaly scanning and everything, is it almost always good?
Yeah, there's a risk that you can get your scientists a negative trait or even get them killed. But in general, the results are good.
I mean, our surveying is going faster than our expansion, so I don't know. It seems like we could investigate this.
I think if the time to investigate is not in red, if your difficulty is just routine, yeah, it should be fine to investigate it.
Where was this Thresh? Oh, is this our?
That's the one you're.
Oh, this is our prime scientist or our leader.
Yeah, that's fine.
So they leveled up and they found an anomaly. Go down.
I believe finding anomalies comes with a little bit of an experience gain. I could be wrong on that. I think so, though. But regardless, they get more XP when they survey as well. So.
All right. So he is doing his thing, or they are.
Low stockpile.
Soon.
Okay.
89.
So that's done. And the jobs have already filled in. And there we go. We're at +5. All right. I'm going to build a medical center on our orbital habitat.
Yeah, Charlatan.
So that we have faster population growth there.
Go to Tracti. Actually, wait. If and when we build our colonization, do we need to do it in our home space area or our main solar system, or can we do it in the new one?
What do you mean?
Like, you build a colonization ship and you just bring people there? Like, so I guess, what's the process of actually colonizing? Like,
you can click on a starbase and build a colony ship, and then tell the colony ship to colonize a particular planet. Or you can if you click on that green potentially habitable planet icon, you can see there's a colonize button at the top. And that kind of automates the process.
So you don't actually need pops?
It does not. Yeah, you don't need pops. You spend those resources, and it'll create some pops on the colonized world.
It doesn't show a cost or anything to colonize. It just says colonize.
Colonization costs 200 food, 200 amenities, 200 alloys.
Maybe I never clicked the button because I didn't want to.
Oh, okay. No, it won't commit.
Okay, yeah. Is this how you normally do it when you?
This is almost always how I do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good sized world. It's got an even spread of stuff. Well,
lot of
no special
or mesa.
features. Yeah.
Seems to be a lot of minerals.
Yeah, decent amount of minerals and generator districts. Maybe specialize it into a mining world, at least for right now.
22. It's big. Although
Yep.
I guess it's probably very similar size to ours. It's just we have blockers
Yep.
because of our quest thing.
Ooh, nice.
Okay.
Lost in space
Oh, what?
already. That's a great one to get. In general, on an event, if an event issues a special project, I will almost always take the option for the special project.
This is the. Was this related to the anomaly? Is
Yep.
that the outcome?
Yep.
All right.
The situation has been cataloged.
Okay, and so you can see the situation log has a little notifier that it's been updated.
Yeah. Okay. I would never have noticed that without you saying.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I forgot about this Starbase module. 7K pops, and then we're a long ways from that.
Yeah.
I kind of wish it showed how much you actually had, but that's fine.
How much you have for what?
The pops, like, I mean, I'm sure we can just go and look.
Like on our capital?
On the requirements, it just says have 7K pops. It doesn't show you what you have, right? You know what I mean? You have 4.4 out of 7K. I'm looking at the card that says have 7K pops.
And you want to know how many we have total?
I just was saying it'd be nice if it put it on the requirements list saying you have 4.4.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah.
Not a big deal.
Yeah. But we're at 4.7, so it's not bad.
Yeah,
We're getting
there.
there.
You go. That's pretty good.
I like the little timeline there. It's nice. All right. So yeah, you can see derelict ship. We need a science ship there. 20 days, and it'll finish that. So, but there's no timeout on it. There's not a limited time to do it. So we could finish doing the surveying of Thrish and then go after the project. If we want to grab more of the minerals in Sterope, we could do that.
Yeah, okay, looks like the ship is still going to continue its surveying. Like, those little extra things just added to the start of its queue.
Correct.
I don't remember, how much did a starbase cost?
If you right-click on Thrish, you can, with this ship selected, you can see we need 52 more alloys. So yeah, you should be able to spend some minerals to grab that 3-size mineral.
I mean, before colonizing, would it be worth it to just quickly get Thrish star-based?
Probably a good idea, since it's got more minerals in it. We probably want to grab Karos also, since it's got alloys.
Oh, I didn't even notice. I hadn't looked at Karos. And a ton of science. Well,
Yeah.
a lot of science for one type.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, because we're only making 33 physics right now, so 5 more is a pretty good increase. All right. Oh, more level
so you
ups.
think it's actually worth? Oh, who's this? Prime Minister.
So he's our ruler. And so our ruler can't do another job. So all of their stuff, we want to look for whatever their empire effect as a counselor is.
Council agenda speed. What was agenda? Agenda was the edict stuff?
Not the edicts, but the that little diamond where we just chose the expand the council thing. So basically that progresses faster. We don't have to wait as long between those being done.
Oh, okay, yeah, so edicts is a different thing. We just haven't really... Oh, yeah, that's right.
We don't have any that are worth activating yet. But in general, edicts are really powerful.
Speeding up the agenda doesn't seem too bad. I mean...
Yeah, agenda speed is always a great choice. Yep. All three of those are actually great choices.
Is the edict stuff that good this early on?
It depends on the choices you make. As to what, like, if we would have gone discovery, there would be an edict that increases our survey speed and makes anomalies more likely to be found. It's just expansion doesn't come with any edicts, so the default ones are meh, but the traditions can unlock some really good ones.
As nice as it would be to speed them up even more for leadership, but part of me feels that I'd rather an actual bonus, like...
Yeah, go for it.
So, I'm gonna go with Council Agenda.
Yep. Sounds great. And then the other one is our Minister of State and also the Governor of our homeworld.
What's he have now? Leader experience. Oh.
Levels up faster.
I mean, we have no crime problem at all right now, so that doesn't feel like it's very necessary. Oh, trade. I mean, we've been using trade quite a bit, at least for now.
So the advantage to taking righteous is one, as we gain new worlds, if we get a world that does have a crime problem, we can move this governor there. The other thing is we could actually employ less enforcers. If we were running short on pops to do work, we could employ less enforcers and use a governor that has righteous. So it does save us a little bit of workforce if we needed to, though right now that's not an issue either. On the other hand, we are running a little short on trade. Over in the long haul, like I said, trade's really easy to come by in the long haul. But our leaders don't live a long time, so...
We'll just have a different leader that actually does crime. I'm going to go with trade.
Yeah. Sounds good.
So that should pop up from 21 to something.
Yep. It won't until next month, though.
Yeah.
All right. Ready?
Now, now that we have all this trade and we're getting more, maybe just buy those alloys so we can start a starbase?
Yeah, we could do that. So...
Oh, yep. 69. Okay, that's not quite enough.
No. But what you could do is you could set up a monthly trade.
If it can't afford it, it just doesn't do it?
Correct.
Or
so you could set it up for like 3 alloys a month.
I mean, it defaulted to 3.
Yep.
And it'll just automatically just buy 3 a month?
Yep. You can tell it, don't buy it if it goes over this amount, if you really wanted to limit it in some fashion, but I usually don't bother.
Yeah. I'll just try that for now.
There you go.
Okay. Let's see what that does. And does that also reduce our monthly trade income, so to speak?
Yeah, it will. It'll take that from our trade income.
It's just an automation. It's not costing anything more than it would if you did it manually?
Correct.
Okay, yeah, it's just a nice way to keep your things balanced.
Yes.
And is it always taking it from minerals? No, it's taking
what do you
from
mean?
Trade.
Yeah, taken from trade.
Yeah.
The other thing is these prices do go up or down as you buy or sell inside of a particular category to represent demand, essentially. They are capped at a certain amount, and then they go back to their resting value over time. So
I was trying to
buying
look
like
at that. Market fee 30%. Oh no, that's different.
yeah, the
Is there
market
a
fee
graph?
is no, there's not, unfortunately. But so making a 3-a-month trade on alloys is in general going to be cheaper in trade than going in and buying like 125 at once, because you're spiking the cost, and it does consider how many you're buying in like the cost. This cost is calculated based on the fact that you are buying a whole bunch right now. That's why you can see the cost goes up quite a bit compared to how many you're getting. Like if you look at the cost of 250 versus 2,500.
It's not
Yeah.
times 10. It's not that horrible of a penalty, but
Yeah,
I mean,
and that's representing that the
2,500.
cost is going up as you're buying those 2,500.
Yeah, the 2,500 doubles it. So yeah, like the 250 isn't too bad, but 2,500 is definitely painful.
So buying 3 a month is in general cheaper than buying a group of them at once.
Since we've been buying a decent amount of these, is 3 a month going to probably keep a relatively steady price because it's just not enough to really.
I believe alloys, each of them have like an equilibrium point. I know for energy, minerals, and food, it is 42. I think for alloys, it's 24, but I could be wrong on that. And if you are buying monthly at that amount, then it does not change the price. The price point always stays the same. So yeah, we could buy significantly more alloys a month, and it wouldn't change the price point.
I'll keep an eye on it. I'm kind of curious.
All right.
5.3 per unit right now.
Ready?
Or yeah. Yep.
Yeah, and that's a little bit higher than normal because
Anomaly
we
has
just
been
bought
found.
some.
Oh, another
All
anomaly.
right. Okay, you can see this anomaly is very hard and has a long time to investigate, so I'm going to leave it be for now. It's also assigns a precursor activity, so
Close the window. Yeah. It was the other scientist though.
yeah.
Bombshell.
Yeah, so I told him to ignore it for right now. We'll come back to it once, as your scientist levels up, that it's faster, because it compares their level versus the level of the anomaly. New resource discovered. Volatile motes. So close. Ooh, that's handy. We got some good resources over on this right side.
A system has been surveyed.
There we go. Don't forget to do that special project that's in Thrish with your scientist. You should be able to just select them and then right-click the system and research special projects.
Oh, you just click in the system in general? No, I mean,
Yeah, if you just right-click on the star itself from the galaxy overview.
science ship, right click, research projects. Okay. A little bit easier than always going into the map itself.
Oh, yeah. I usually don't go into the system itself to do this stuff. I do it from the galaxy map. So this is our Minister of Defense. He is both a fleet commander and a counselor, but it looks like both his traits are counselor traits.
I mean, very, very quick. First feel is the top one is nicer because we're not hitting any limits at all right now.
Correct. We are nowhere near our naval capacity yet. We absolutely want him to have naval capacity as a counselor trait at some point, but we don't need it yet.
I mean, do we? Or is he going to die before it matters?
We should build up our fleet as soon as we can, based on how our empire is set up.
But warlike for now.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Oh, Starbase, I think we can...
Oh yeah, you should be able to build a starbase
Research
now.
logged and annotated.
Oh, failed the special project. That's unfortunate. That was a good one, too. Another tradition?
Oh. I mean, we wanted the growth.
We were doing
speed,
the
so I'm
pop
doing
growth,
that.
yeah.
600 though, they are starting to cost a little bit more. Oh.
Oh no! Oh no! Because you failed the special project, you got the critical. You didn't just fail it, you got the critical failure.
Good
well,
start.
Yep.
That's
Lost
our,
a science ship. Lost our leader scientist that just leveled up. So the question is, we probably want to hire a new scientist to fill that role on the council.
So let me see. Council is leaders tab. Oh
Yep.
wait, no, it's.
Oh well, yeah, you can go that way. Either through the government or the leaders tab. Either way works.
Yeah. So do you? Are you just gonna hire a random person? Well, random, like a new person. You don't want Bombshell to be in there.
So here's the thing: Bombshell doesn't have a leadership trait, like doesn't have a counselor trait. And we might as well keep at least one of our scientists focused on doing like a scientist task rather than a counselor task. So we could pick up either Outfoxed or Terrifying with that extra leader lifespan, and then they can stay on the council a nice long time, get a higher level, get more traits, and we can focus them on that.
Yeah, because the other one is not a leadership trait at all.
Yep. Unfortunately, we don't have enough Unity right now, but it's just going to be a few months, so we may have to leave that position open.
I can just click this, and so I'll get Outfoxed because they're 2 years younger.
Yeah. The other thing to keep in mind is their ethics. Would we rather a pacifist or a xenophile on the council? Because that will increase the attraction for our pops towards that
meeting
ethic.
Anybody yet? Although, I mean, I was gonna say, like, how long do these leaders last? Apparently, just a few years. When we started 2200, 3 years.
Well, I mean, that guy died in an accident,
I
not
know.
old age.
So.
We have 2 xenophiles and actually a spiritualist on the council right now. So yeah, a pacifist wouldn't be that bad of an idea. Because the factions like to have at least one member of the council of their ethic. So having...
we don't have any egalitarian.
Yeah, we don't have an egalitarian, and we don't have a pacifist right now. So yeah, that'll work out well. And hopefully we can pick up an egalitarian with the other one.
Our old scientist was... I don't know what they were. I don't know.
I think he was a xenophile. I think we had 3 xenophiles and a... he might have been a pacifist. I'm not certain. All right. So yeah, we'll wait a few months and then fill that position.
I can just stay on that screen and just click it as soon as... And then will it be going to the government panel and just clicking that plus and then selecting the new Outfoxed to be in that position?
Yep, exactly.
So we're able to modify those positions at a cost of Unity, I guess, if it's not empty, I would assume.
If somebody's already in the position, you have to do a what's it called? A agenda to replace them. That is the agenda reorganize council, I believe. I think that's right. No, reorganize council lets you change what the positions are. That's what it was.
Okay, Outfoxed is in place.
Excellent. So we got enigmatic spacefarers. We have a first contact event. Yeah, so we do the first contact. So we're going to get a lot of these over time. They're pretty routine once you learn them. It's basically, okay, interesting, there's a new contact, and then you assign an envoy to investigate that contact. Which envoy doesn't matter, they don't have any particular traits. You just assign any envoy to it.
Mostly harmless in the extreme. Okay. I mean, that sounds like... are these... people we can see the list? Like, are these standard people in our list somewhere?
These are not
I mean, I
leaders.
see
No.
bombshell. Well, there's a different bombshell. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it has to be mostly harmless in the extreme. That's just too good.
Excellent. Okay. And then we will learn more information about the contact as the stages of the investigation go on. And we'll occasionally get updates.
Is this a group that could be many star systems away from us, or?
So you can see that the contact symbol is above our capital system, above our home system. So it means that we somehow got contact with someone that we cannot currently see. So I don't know how we got contact with these guys. Because, yeah, I don't see anyone on the screen that we would have contacted. So until we investigate them a bit, we won't even know. A lot of times, like, if it's space fauna, various creatures that wander around, they'll end up over the capital like that as well. So this may just be some sort of space fauna. But it could be like a fallen empire or something like that, too.
Build the station. Oh, there is a station in Trish.
Already finished.
Oh, it can build the minerals. There's 6 minerals. That's pretty. There's 2 sets of 6 minerals. So,
and I'm going to build another science ship so we can get your scientist working.
Oh, we can't. We need 100 minerals. So a couple months.
Oh, okay, no problem.
Oh, yeah. Do you want the spaceship first, or do you want to...
The stations cost minerals. The ship costs alloys. I spent alloys for it.
Then we're fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
No, I will do both of these mining orders, because 6, that's 12. That's going to make a big difference.
Yeah, it's going to be huge.
I mean, 6, it makes 16 months, and it's made up.
I know what you meant.
That's fantastic.
Ooh. I always say yes to this, but I guess there's some times where you wouldn't want to do it. But I always say yes to it.
I mean, it sounds right up our alley.
Yeah. Then Chaotic Bombshell got... This is our second scientist.
He's now the first.
Yeah.
Did it?
Did what?
Oh, one or more leaders put to work. But I guess we're waiting for the ship.
Yeah, waiting for the
level
ship.
up. So what was bombshell? I always have to look at what they currently have. Anomaly discovery chance. Okay.
Yep.
Oh, so we could improve that.
So
Does it always give you the upgrades to existing?
Yeah, it'll give you at least one upgrade, and then it'll give you new ones.
Food from farmers. Interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, we have
better if
we're actually at
he's not
zero
a governor
food now.
though. Yeah, I saw
We are
that.
actually at 0 food.
We'll be fine though.
Oh, he's not a governor. You're right. Survey speed sounds really good.
Yeah, survey speed
mean,
or increasing the anomaly discovery chance, both are great.
We tried to increase the survey speed and it just went bad. But
Yeah.
yeah.
But yeah, Romer
was
would be
the
great for him. Alright. And I'm going to tell him to survey that next. Alright. What's in the situation log? Alright. Oh, yeah, that was the contact. There we go. But yeah, I'll have probably Tricady build some more farming next. Yeah, because we can't do farming on the habitat.
Oh, it's got one of the things going. We'll be up to 36. That's actually pretty good.
Yeah.
I guess you're always playing a little bit of the balance game with all your resources.
Yeah, especially early in. Your science ship is ready to go.
So let's see, empty leader slot, click, and outfoxed. And did he finish surveying?
Yeah, he finished surveying Thrish. So
Singularity? Do we want to? Because Thrish is a nice choke point, so I don't know if I really want to go. I mean, Jin would be, or G. Well, that's still more defense points. but we could cover that stuff north.
Yeah, so you can see Singularity doesn't have a path leading off of it. It would be like the star after J if it did, where you can see a partial path leading away, but you don't know where it's going exactly. So we know that's a dead end.
So there's no rush to go to places that we kind of have control over.
Yeah, however, we do want to try to find our last habitable world, so we probably want to go look in Saulea for that, because that'll give us adjacency vision on all three of the systems next to there.
It is also adjacent, and we still haven't even checked it out.
Yeah. So that's probably the next best place to go.
Wait. Click the ship, right-click the system, survey system.
There you go.
Yeah, okay. And I also wanted to build something in Karos, the space station. Oh, actually, before that, though, construction. Which one's the construction? You. So, yeah, I'll have to wait until the construction shift finishes its thing.
We should have a second construction ship soon, but we'll have to wait for the alloys for it. All right, ready?
Yep.
A system has been surveyed.
Oh.
That was Viriac, the one I was surveying.
I hadn't even looked at this one at all. Where are we? Oh, way over here. Oh,
Yeah.
you're trying to get to the next one over, right?
Yep.
So you just
Yeah, you
sent
can
that?
see it's a dead end to the
Construction
south
completed.
along there.
Hastily.
So nice. That mining station's done.
Oh yeah, I like that. We definitely would want to get the one south of Karos too. Because then you have that nice little single system that it's connected to that's separated.
Yep.
Oh, construction ship,
Yeah, you should have the minerals to do that.
mining station. And then we'll probably send it over to build the space station in Karos.
Yeah. So
Now, if I have the ship while it's building, if I hold shift, or is there any way to queue commands?
yeah, shift will let you queue commands.
Oh, we can build a starbase. 90 and 67. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, there you go.
Okay. You see in Viriac the resources that are available there.
Oh, hey.
Let me finish talking about that real quick. So yeah, if you look at Viriac, if you mouse over the volatile motes, because like the icon is gray instead of colored.
Is it the one?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can see we don't have mote stabilization on the tooltip there.
I don't. It just says one is available here. You actually want to click the thing?
If you just mouse over the icon, it should give you a tooltip.
It just says one volatile mode is present on the planet.
Oh, do you have a ship selected?
No.
Weird. Why is it showing that for me, but not for you?
Let me see. You're on the star map. I wonder. Yeah. Okay. Mode stabilization X. But I was in the system. Like I went over it.
Yeah. I do almost everything from the galaxy map.
Yeah. So it doesn't show that in the.
Oh, good to know. I didn't know that. I wonder if that's a bug. But yeah, so the resource is gray because we don't have mote stabilization. There's a variety of these special resources, and you can't harvest any of them initially. You need a tech for each one. You have you're very unlikely to get that tech if you don't have some of that resource within your borders. So you, in general, if you find those resources, you want to try to get them in your borders as soon as possible. Okay, we got a first contact event.
Oh, there's a quest reward?
I was going to do that afterwards.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Sometimes I don't notice the stuff on the top left.
Yeah, it all appeared at once.
And it's over our capital again, or our home base.
Yeah, this is a continuation of the current investigation.
Yeah, stage 3.
Yep. Yeah. My guess is that we learned about some mining drones somewhere, based on what it's talking about. So our quest reward, this is for our Knights the Toxic God. Group of knights just came back from a long quest. Their spaceships are battered, and their power armors have seen better days. It was a grueling journey that yielded scarce yet precious insight about the Toxic God. Despite the hardships endured, spirits are high, for they did not come back empty-handed, and their stories will make fine additions to the Chronicles. Excellent.
Oh,
and so we get a little...
Yeah, it's in situation log.
We get 2 progress on the situation, which is great.
Oh, okay, so it's just an event that helped that. I was thinking that was almost stage 1 done, but...
No. We are still a ways away. 43 out of 125. I guess we could go to generous funding now.
What did that give again? Let's see, what tab are you
10%
on?
unity.
Empire focus? No. What are you on?
Situation log, and then quest for the Toxic God.
I mean, yeah, we're plus alloys now. In fact, our alloys are fine.
Yeah.
Monthly energy credits.
We should be fine there too. It's just 10%
It'll put
more.
us more flat, but we haven't been trying to push energy up, and it's fine. So yeah, more monthly unity.
So yeah, if we click that, our progress goes up to 0.9. So it's an extra 0.2 progress a month for those penalties. Plus we get more unity.
I mean, we have a lot of unity right now.
Yeah, I think we're fine. And it looks like there's no penalty to switch between these tiers. So as long as we're not choosing frugal funding that actually has a cost associated, we can switch between regular and generous as we need to.
Okay. What was I gonna do? I think the
construction ship, it's already queued up.
Yeah. And you're serving Takram, and I think I had the other science ship. Where was the other science ship? So oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Okay. They're right beside each other, actually.
Yeah.
I think I'd want to go south next, south of Karos.
Yeah, probably.
I kind of want to see that one. So okay, yeah, I'm starting to get a little bit of a feel. A lot of construction stuff early on too.
Yeah.
Like getting
lot
resources
going on.
Like that's a big part of like get to a solar system, survey it, and then start constructing it. Like that Karos has a really nice thing. I don't know if we need that much energy right now, but
yeah, we don't need the energy, but we definitely need the alloys.
You have to have the star base to do any of the construction, right? That's
Correct.
always a thing.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, how we doing here? Yeah, we definitely need a little bit more housing.
And I think you showed me, and I don't think I saw it. Like, let's say the science ship for Outfoxed. I can see all the things that's serving. You said there was something that shows how long it's going to take to do all this stuff. I thought you showed something like that.
If you are traveling to a location, if you mouse over that same section, it'll tell you how long it's going to take to get there. It'll tell you the date that you arrive.
Not something for all of their orders, right? Like the surveying and everything. It won't tell you how long it's going to take to finish.
No, it won't.
Okay. But I mean, seeing the list is fine.
Yeah. Like when the construction ship finishes its orders in Thrish and it starts moving to Karos, you'll be able to mouse over the order and see how long it's going to take them to get there.
Right. Yeah, because now we're starting to make a pretty good amount of minerals, so we can construct more continuously. And yeah.
Yep.
Oh, our colony ship. Colonize. I forgot about that.
We need 200 alloys.
Okay. I think that's probably something to do pretty soon.
Yeah, that's part of why I wanted to get Karos, because we have more alloy generation. Oh, nice. Some engineering research.
Oh.
Always
There goes
handy.
that ship. It is going fast. Actually, they travel relatively slowly in a solar system, but they seem to really rip
An
between
anomaly has been
systems.
found.
Yeah, because
Oh,
it's
that's
just
your
a
time
jump
ship.
between systems. Yep, that's another precursor one. So we have 2 precursor anomalies ready to survey. But they're both tier 8 anomalies, so we're going to wait a little bit
The
on those.
system has been surveyed.
Oh boy,
Okay,
there's a lot of stuff. Hey, science. You just want to start at the left first?
Yeah, I'm going to go out that way.
I mean, Starbase versus Empire size. Oh wait, we don't need Empire size yet, do we?
Not yet, no.
So just Starbase upkeep.
Mm.
Not really a question. I mean, we have everything else.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, one done. Physics research. Oh, yep.
Yep. So, there's a few different things here. One, we did get the Hyperlane Breach Points permanent research option, and we got 10% on it. It was actually a 6,000 cost tech, so that was a good amount of research. That gets us Hyperdrive 2, which, so you were just talking about how they move slowly through the systems, and then they kind of zoom along the lanes. The way it works is they have a impulse engine that is an engineering tech for how fast they move through the star systems. Then they have a hyperdrive. The hyperdrive always moves from one point to another at the same speed, but it has a charge time. So they'll move to the edge of the hyperlane, they charge up the hyperdrive, and then they make the trip across.
Well, I wasn't watching it when it was in the system, but I imagine it actually went through the system pretty fast, but it was waiting to do the next lane jump or whatever.
It takes a
system
decent amount of time to go through the system, too. Like, they don't move really fast through the systems, especially in the beginning of the game. But yeah, the charge up time, especially for a tier 1 hyperdrive, is pretty low. So taking hyperlane breach points would make our travel faster if we're traveling between systems. The transit
I was
hub...
gonna say it's a lot, but it's really only twice the other ones. It's not that bad.
Yeah. The transit hub also gives us resettlement chance, which, since we can't manually move pops, is really good, though we only have the habitat and the capital for right now, so it's not needed that much yet. And then a baseline automatic resettlement chance as well. So we do want to get hyperlane breach points once it's a reasonable amount of time. Right now it's 83 months to research, though.
We don't really need it yet, and it's going to stay there, so it doesn't really... Is there a limit to how many of these permanent research things you can have? Can you have many of them?
Nope. I've had like multiple pages of them sometimes.
Okay. So yeah. Let's see, colony development speed. Now, colony, like maybe, like, what is a colony in this game? Like,
so a colony...
Is it just any planet that you're colonized?
Colony is a planet that you have sent a colony ship to and has not finished becoming a full portion of your empire. It has not become a... I believe it's 24 months by default, but let me check on that.
Because, I mean, 50%, cutting that down is kind of nice, although at the same time, we're not colonizing crazy fast yet. Although we're starting to speed up.
Colony ship. Two 2 years and 10 months is the default.
That's pretty long. So, like, when we build this colony ship, it's going to take 3 years to basically actually establish the planet?
Correct.
The problem is...
But we already have a discount.
Oh, do we? Okay.
Yeah, from expansion, we have colonization fever. Colony development speed plus 25%.
Oh, that's kind of nice.
Yeah.
And I don't know how these things, like 25% and 50%, are they just simply additive, or?
They're the speed. So basically, for every
that's true. Yeah.
1 month, you get an extra. Every 4 months, you get a free month, essentially.
Yeah. So this isn't actually going to increase the speed by 50% because we already have a 25% bonus.
Correct.
That's not how the math works.
Yeah.
To be honest, well, the problem is it says like nothing about fusion power. So it grants fusion power, and it's safer for.
So anything that says unlocks component, that is a component on our starships. This is something for our combat vessels. In this case, the fusion reactor. Actually, we can go ahead and go to on the left sidebar, fleet management.
All right, F9.
And then the tab down below, ship designer. And then first things first, uncheck auto-generate designs. Auto-generate designs is just in general a bad idea.
You make all your ships as you want.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So if you click on the Corvette that's there, downwards fall.
Mm-hmm.
Over on the
reactor.
right side, yeah, you can see the fission reactor. It generates 75 power. Then if you look over in the ship stats, you can see we have a 25 power surplus. And if you mouse over that, you can see all the costs and bonuses.
Right, power. Yeah, okay, plus 25. All right.
Yeah. So every component most components take some sort of power. And especially shields, the deflectors, those are very expensive power-wise. Also, if you have...
We could add more things to this ship right now if we wanted, because we have the power budget.
Yeah, but that's because our A slot item is a reactor booster that's giving us an extra 20 power. We could be using that slot for something else. Having excess power, though, isn't that bad if you mouse over the evasion percentage.
Oh, okay. A little bonus.
And then the speed.
That's extra little bonuses. I guess it's...
Yep.
Yeah.
And then damage as well. Yeah. So...
Yeah. Very minor, but it's...
Evasion, speed, and damage get bonuses based on how much excess power you have. So if we had 250 excess power, those bonuses would be larger.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess they're small now, but... So power would just be it's not a bad thing. It's very useful.
Yes.
And just trying to maximize your use of it isn't necessarily a great thing.
Right.
Okay, so that actually doesn't sound too bad for a tech then,
yeah.
If it's improving this.
The other thing is if you look back at the tech screen,
F4.
You can see on the fusion power card, there is a little lock with a blueprint symbol underneath it. If you mouse over that,
it just says, yeah.
It'll lead to further advancements in several different fields. So that means that this tech unlocks other techs that you cannot get until you research this one. For ship components, it's pretty obvious. Oh, well, I can't research a tier 3 fusion reactor until I research this tier 2 fusion reactor.
I'll be planning stuff that uses fusion power, like a power plant or something.
Yeah. Fusion power, however, is a critical tech, in my opinion. You have to have the top tier power reactor researched to get a technology to build megastructures. There's 3 critical paths for this. You need the top tier power. You need the top tier type of ship, battleships, unlocked. And you need the very top tier of starbases unlocked. The Citadel, I think it is. So anytime you see the 2 of them are engineering and 1 of them is physics. The power is the physics. You need all 3 of those to get mega engineering unlocked. So in general, you do want to grab those as soon as you can.
You mean things that have locks and like branch?
Not everything that has locks. Those 3 categories of text specifically, because megastructures are incredibly powerful. Hey, Marvel Man, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today.
So is it nice and lucky that we got this early, or is this just kind of standard time to get it?
It is a tier 1 tech, so I've seen it on the very first pull. It is nice to see it here. However, so you selected a tech, you can always just click the little circular arrows to go back, yeah. The basic combat roles there, specialized combat computers, these have actually become much more important than they used to be. These allow you to assign how your ships act in combat. For corvettes, it used to just be they can swarm the enemy or they can stay a little distance away. And that was their only roles. They added the ability for them to act in an artillery role now, where they stay at the maximum distance of their weapon and try to stay away from the enemy while still firing on them. Corvettes are very fast ships that, in certain circumstances, can equip very long-range weapons. And so you can kind of make a corvette that stays out of the range of enemy weapons and can still fire on the enemy using basic combat roles.
It sounds nice.
However, we haven't met anyone to fight yet. Yeah. So the fusion reactor is probably a better idea. But the basic combat roles we do want to keep an eye out for again.
Well, because, yeah, I mean, my immediate reaction when I saw that one was like, that one's probably whatever.
Yeah, it used to be okay, and now it's really important. It is critical in making high survivable corvettes. Okay, and I sent my ship over there already.
So the anomalies we haven't done, are they easy to spot? Like, is there something that indicates
if you click on a science ship, you can see where they're at. They'll show up as little microscopes with their tier next to them. Perfect. The other thing you can do is go to the situation log, and there is an anomalies tab.
All right, perfect, yeah.
And you can even say, okay, I don't want Chaotic Bombshell to do this. Click Change Scientist. Choose the scientist you want to investigate it, and then tell them to research.
So much easier than trying to actually click on things. Yeah, I'll have to try to get in those habits of not going into the solar system and everything. Like, the menus just make it easier.
Yeah, for sure.
Right. So I can right-click that just to remove it because it's like way too hard right now.
Yeah,
and
for
the
sure.
System surveyed. And did you send this to another system? I think you've been
Chaotic Bombshell? Yeah, I sent them off. The ISS doomed to failure.
I mean,
Co-op Masters class is live.
The other ship was the doomed to failure ship.
Yeah, I know. Welcome on in, Max B. Hope you're doing well today. See, the species are not owls. Yeah, we wanted a toxoid species, so we got these guys. We kind of emulate the big eyes a little bit here with how the mask works. But yeah, we wanted to go for a toxoid species for the Knights of the Toxic God origin. We wouldn't want to subject poor owls to living on a half-destroyed toxic world. That would be sad. Alright, you ready?
So are you going to go east first, or where are you going with that one?
I'm going to go at least visit the Class F star that's north of your ship to see if one of our habitable worlds is there. I'm not going to survey the whole thing. I'm just going to go to it.
Because you were hoping it was in Celea, and it doesn't look like it.
Yeah.
No.
And if it's not there, I'm going to go to the triple star that's on the way to the gateway.
You keep saying one of our habitable worlds. Is it because there's always a certain number in the starting area?
Yeah, there's always two. Usually one that's one jump away, and then one that's within 4 jumps.
Oh, okay.
So it could be that you have 2 within 1 jump. You could end up with 5 within 1 jump if you're really lucky. But you're guaranteed at least 2 within 4. Looks really cool. You're playing as Spiritually Traitor Frogs. Nice. Yeah, we went Knights of the Toxic God. We are Diplomatic Corps and Functional Architecture. Egalitarian, Xenophile, and
A
Pacifist.
system has been surveyed.
Long
Wanna go to
living.
the south?
Yeah, go for it. Live long and prosper. Don't get Borged. Yeah, I know.
Construction completed.
Okay, no
Phase two.
planets there. Let's go here. Oh, is that it? Continental
Research
World
complete.
14. Yep, that's it right there. So yeah, Wagavus. We'll want to get that surveyed.
Oh, new research.
Yep. There's our fleet command limit, and our fleet supremacy is available. Ooh, these are all good.
I mean, we've done pop growth on a lot of our buffs. Unity's been a big thing for us. This one also looks like it branches to probably a lot of things that we're going to be using a lot later, I would assume, because I didn't look at the middle one. I mean, nice, but it seems like don't need it yet.
Yeah, it's another one of those things. The naval capacity is something we want, but we don't need it yet because we haven't started building our navy up yet. We do need to start building our navy soon, but I want to get that other colony up and running for sure.
So Navy versus Army is like ground soldiers, and Navy is
Ground
the
soldiers,
ships?
yeah. Yep.
Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know what these branch to, obviously. So, I mean, I can see genome mapping probably has a lot to do with your people, their happiness, and all of these types of things. And then obviously the top one seems to be all about like diplomacy type stuff.
Yeah.
We still haven't met anybody.
No,
although
not yet.
We got to be. So I kind of want to go with pop growth first, but I really. How long do you think it takes for something to come back? Like, I know it's random, but
The
like, 'cause
tier
I don't know
one
the
ones. We're only seeing tier 1 techs right now, so pretty quickly. Once we start opening up tier
how
2
many tier
techs as well.
ones?
I
Like, how
believe
many
you
tier
have
one
to
techs are there
do.
about?
I think you have to do 8 techs in order to unlock the next tier. Is that right? It's been so long.
Yeah, but I mean the total. Like how
that
many
sounds-
total of
I don't know
this
how-
type of society research?
I don't know.
Because once you start seeing tier 2s, you're going to see even less tier 1s, right? Like it's going to be rare to see them.
Yeah, yeah.
But this is a branching tech. You would think you'd get a decent number of chances at it, because if you're not unlocking new things, like is everything genome mapping unlocking at tier 2, or is it unlock other tier 1s?
Could potentially unlock other tier 1s, but I don't know exactly what it unlocks. Let's see here. Let's sort by tier. Looks like there are 8 tier 1 techs.
Oh, so we're probably going to see planetary unification again reasonably
Yeah.
quick, unless
Yeah.
we're unlucky. So yeah, I think genome mapping almost certainly is nice. It's also
That's
pretty
probably
cheap.
why I had the number 8 in my head.
Yeah.
Yeah. Either the first one or the third one would have been fine.
Yeah.
Both of them are good, strong options.
If we were actually communicating and doing much diplomacy, I would have picked the top one probably, but we're not.
Yeah.
The construction ship. Soleil doesn't really have very many good resources.
Grab that. Grab the alloys in Kairos.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, there's a 14-size habitable world in Furen as well. We will survey that. Cool, so we got 3 habitable worlds within 4 so far. Really within 3.
Wait, you said the habitable world where?
In Furen.
Where? What? I don't see this place.
Furen Malba. Right next to the
Furen.
gateway.
Okay, yeah, I kept hearing my name as so
No.
confused. And the colony ship, I think it was 200. Oh, hey, I think we're finally.
Yeah, we're almost there. And I'm almost done building some agriculture, so we should be making
Construction
positive food in
completed.
just a moment.
Just go for it. We're good to go on
Yep.
the colony ship.
Yeah, go for it.
Oh, do you care about the name? It's a sterile prime.
Pat wanted a planet, so call it Pat's Pirate Haven,
Sounds
Research
good.
complete.
because Pat's a pirate.
Haven. Oh gosh, I have such horrible spelling. Well, if I misspell something, it's even
Haven.
funnier.
Yeah, that's fair.
And you can change. I imagine you can change the name anytime you want. So.
Yeah, you can. Everything that has a name in Stellaris is renameable, so it's kind of nice.
Oh, good ship. I mean, I just spent. Well, actually, we have a lot of resources. So.
Yep.
Do you think the science is worth just doing right away? It's 100. One upkeep.
For 5 science, yeah.
Let's take a look at some of the. Oh, okay, and I think I might go do this 6. Well, we actually have a lot of minerals, but I guess that's not a problem.
Well,
but there's 6 minerals in Varrock. Oh, starbase. I need to build a starbase there. Maybe that's what
Yes.
I can do next.
We don't have the
I
alloys yet because we
No.
just built the colony ship, but we should have them pretty quickly. We're making 12 a
Although,
turn
is
now.
there a better choice than Takrom?
You're probably gonna want to go to Saulea if we're going to want to go to Furen.
Oh, and you have to connect.
Yeah, you don't
I guess
have
it goes our
to.
territory.
You don't have to, but you pay extra influence. You pay basically twice for the influence for every step away from your border that you are.
Oh, so are we gonna? We're only +3 on influence. Are we gonna eventually not gonna be able to expand with starbases because we're just don't have the capacity?
No. It's if you skip stars from your border.
Yeah.
Normally, it's only 75 for every single one. But if you tried to build
Okay,
one
yeah.
in, say, Takaram, you can see it's gonna. I guess we have enough for it right now, but because it's discounted. Yeah. I don't have a good example to show you.
I mean, yeah, it says 135 and 90.
Yeah,
135
yeah.
influence and 90 for Takram. I mean, it doesn't show it that's the irony, is it doesn't actually show it if you're in the galaxy map.
Right, right.
But you probably don't care too much because you know the rough costs. You just want to know how much you're missing.
Exactly. Proposed to name Chief General Alias Primus. We could do that. Expand until you hit hyper relays and orbital stations, and you OP those inwardly. All depends. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, science? Or did I just not...
There's a level up as
yeah.
well. That's what I was looking at. So this is our head of research, the scientist you're controlling right now. He has a counselor trait
leader too, right?
available.
Yeah.
What's that?
He's our leader, too.
Yeah, he is on the council, and he's running a science ship.
Extra minerals or anomaly discovery. I mean,
Yeah.
he
Which-
is our current leader.
Yeah, minerals are something we need right now, because the faster we get minerals, the faster we can build up our planet and our station. But anomaly discovery chance is also really strong. So, but we saw what happened to the last leader.
The one anomaly I did just killed the leader, so
I love that the first anomaly you did killed your leader.
it's just that not as common as it feels.
No, it's not. Okay, and so the tech is the cheaper Corvettes. That's nice.
Ooh, 13,000. But we started with that orbital habitat.
Yeah, we started with that. That gives us a nebula refinery.
Oh. Materials workshop is really good for science. Or engineering science,
Yes.
I think. If I'm reading that correctly.
Yeah, that will let you put down a what's it called? Yeah, it's a building that you can build one of on a planet, and it creates
material
more
workshop.
engineering. Yeah.
Yeah.
We probably don't need it yet. The mining station output could be good, because, like, minerals, we're earning more from stations than from anything else.
Now, I mean, I know. So those are the things like the 6 mineral things, like those places.
Yeah.
Is that what it's talking about?
Yep.
Now, 10% of 6, like, does it round up, or is it pooling it all and then multiplying? Like,
It essentially pools all and multiply. Stellaris in general goes to 2 decimal points for things.
okay, so there is definitely no rounding shenanigans or anything. We will get our 10%.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so that's just straight up 10% more minerals, basically.
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
pretty good. And it's hands off, right? We don't actually have to do anything different. You just build your thing and it gets that bonus.
Correct.
Yeah. And it also gives us the Nebula Refinery.
Yeah, we can put that on star bases that are inside Nebula, which we are not
2
currently
power
in a
for 10
Nebula, but there's
minerals.
one kind of close to us, the Lost Dreams.
It's not bad.
Yeah.
If you need minerals, it's you know,
Yeah.
we haven't had an energy problem yet. Although, I mean, I think
Yeah.
we'll probably start pushing it in the next little bit.
We have the
I don't know how
availability
much
to build more.
I care about the hull at this time or yet.
Yeah.
I mean, we're getting there. I don't know. The
Not
mining
yet.
thing seems kind of nice.
Yeah, it's nice because we can build more infrastructure faster. All depends. Happens all the time. Yesterday, a black hole ate your capital. I remember you mentioning that. I thought somebody in chat mentioned that. Too much physics research? Nah. Research more physics. We'll be fine. Do you guys micromanage your ship designs? I usually do. Furen has not played the game for quite a long time. So he's relearning everything. But yeah, I will in general micromanage my ship design at least somewhat.
So one thing we really haven't, well, okay, that hasn't seemed to be done, like buildings in our planets and stuff like that. Like, we don't seem to be doing that too much. Is it?
I'm
we don't
going
have
in and building
workers,
something
or-
every now and then, but yeah, mostly we haven't had the minerals. However, speaking of minerals,
We have
we
a lot
do
now.
have some. I think I'm going to go ahead and do a district specialization here. What do we got? We still got about 1,000 civilians available.
You're on track, T. All right.
The other thing that could be good, although we're doing fine on Unity right now. Yeah, we're fine on Unity right now. Hey Severin, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. It was you, the level 10 ascendancy? Yeah, that's what I thought. Imagine not utilizing the most fun part of the game. Yeah, I know. Require more minerals? Yes.
So this district specialization you're doing, did you click build on one of these bottom buttons or whatever?
So you don't click build for the specialization, you'll click the box with the little plus there, and that gives you specialized district, and you can specialize it for mineral extraction or mineral research support. All of them,
Which one did you
it's the
click
resource
here?
or the... I haven't clicked either, we don't have enough minerals for it.
No.
It's normally 1,000 minerals, but with our discount, it's only 850. But the nice thing is it'll immediately add extra jobs. It adds an extra 100 jobs per mining district, so we'd get 200 jobs immediately, and it would give us 3 building slots for the mining district. Like to put food replicators on your ships, but they only dispense hot or gray tea. Nice. Bought a random sample from a black hole for researching capital. Needless to say, you're gonna say no next time. Oh, come on. It couldn't possibly crit fail twice in a row. But yeah, it's something I'm thinking about doing is that mineral extraction, because having the building slots for the district would be nice. The other thing to consider would be building a stronghold building on the fortress so that we get more unity and research.
So when you add when you eventually go through this specialized district, is it going to add another thing underneath archives and mixed industry, or is it?
No, it adds 3 buildings underneath in the mining districts. So if you look at where specialization available is you can see really faintly behind it, there's 3 building slots. Okay. Yeah.
Because I mean, I see we have 3 out of 15 right now, which I imagine is the 3 that we see above. Like when we add a 4th, is that count as a 4th? So
what will happen if we... Oh, you're talking about so that's the number of city districts we've built. It doesn't have anything to do with the specialization or the buildings.
Totally separated.
But if I built a mining district right now, it would reduce this to 3 out of 14. Because we took one of our maximum districts and put it into the mining area.
So it counts as a district, but it's a very specialized one. So
yes.
Okay.
Is it a Picard reference? Yeah. Earl Grey, hot. Super weird because you think there's a recovery pathway, probably to bring it back with the interdimensional tech. Late game crisis started or Galaxy didn't make it. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, I'm not familiar enough with it either. But yeah, so I'd like to do that specialization, but I don't know if it's going to be worth it this soon.
Yeah. It's a lot of minerals.
We don't need Unity right now.
What's the 2 of 8 for the mining district, like the number below the mining district thing?
So each of the basic resource districts have a limited number that they can build. City districts can go to the maximum district limit of the planet, but basic resources have a limit based on various factors like modifiers on the planet and on the management screen, the planetary features. Those can add and remove various districts. So in the case of the mining districts, we have 2 built, and we can have up to 8 of our districts be mining districts. And actually, so you can see that there's 2 solid red bars there for the mining districts. Then there's 3 red outlined boxes, and then there's 3 like red grayed out boxes. See where I'm talking about?
Yeah. There's 3 groups.
Yeah. So the solid ones are showing what we've built already. The ones with the outlines are ones that we could build right now. The ones that are grayed out are ones that we could build, but there are planetary blockers preventing us from having that many districts. So you can see we can only build 3 more districts right now without removing a planetary blocker.
When we say we've already built 2, the ally foundries in the mixed industry are counting as one of those 2? Is that what's happening?
No, they are not counting. The buildings are different than districts. Buildings are built within slots inside of districts. Inside of, I guess, what would be the best way to put it?
I guess, where are these 2 districts, I think? I guess that might be...
The 2 mining districts?
Yeah.
They're in the mining district itself. So like you can see, we have 1 generator district, 2 mining districts, 3 agricultural districts, and then we have 3 city districts. These are all on the Tricady planet.
Okay, so they just already existed.
Yeah. We started with some already built when the game started, and I've added, I believe, a mining and an ag district. I think that's right.
Yeah, because I think we had the number of districts we had. Oh, you know what? I kind of remember looking at that when we started, and yeah, that's definitely gone up.
Yeah.
We haven't used at first and 5 available, and now we're down to 3. So okay.
Yeah. Cool thing about districts like mining one, you can replace not only a building within, but also entire building. Because later on, if you get Fallen Empire Sector Botharian, it gives both electric and mineral. Yeah. Dark Sage, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. Totally toxic, I knew it. Knew the civilization was toxic. This one is. Just right mouse click on choices to replace district. Explaining correctly, Foundry is within blue districts. Yeah. I think what he's referring to is we could say we've decided, we have too many mining districts, we need another generator district. We could use replace and change the mining district to a generator district or to a city district or an agricultural district rather than building a fresh one somewhere. Does that make sense?
Somewhat. I think it's just kind of a weird combination of the districts plus the buildings.
The buildings. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess looking at the build buttons is the best way to consider it. Build buttons are your districts. And you can mouse over each build button to see what that district will provide you with. It's usually housing and some sort of jobs.
I think it might be more clear once we actually can specialize and start putting buildings and stuff like that.
That's fair. You'll be able to see the new colony from scratch and can kind of let you control that and see how it goes.
Which, I mean, the colony ship hasn't even... Yeah, I just checked that a little bit ago, and we got a ways to go.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Max, we're a long ways from Fallen Empire stuff. All right.
I've already killed a scientist, though.
Just fed him to the machine.
Oh, what's that?
Hey,
First
communications
contact.
established. Oh, very nice.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I
Aliens
guess either
are
of us
trying
can
to
click the
speak our
button.
language.
Paranoid about running on trading goods and running out of trading goods and electricity. That's fair. I can understand that. So we've met the curator order. So there are a number of small independent factions in the galaxy. There's one for research, one for trade, one for unity, a psionic one, and a one that has to do with ship salvaging. I think that's all of them. So this is the research one, the curators. Very lucky that we met them early in. If we zoom out... Oh, no. If we go to contacts, we should be able to find them. No. Oh. Yeah, they're right there.
Where were they? West of us?
They-
Oh, there you go. Okay.
They're in the black hole system over here, yeah. So, the main thing we want to pull off as early as we can you aid us in our research? You get to that.
Okay. I'm not in that screen anymore. So,
Okay.
it closed for
So
some
go to
reason.
contacts, and then you can click on their empire icon. For the curator order.
Okay. Wait.
You
Contacts.
click on that book.
Yeah. And it closed the window.
Oh.
I wonder
Maybe
if this
one
is
of
a
us
weird-
can be in there at a time.
It was weird because it just closed. I think when you closed it on the stream, I think it just forcibly closed it on me. But yeah, like contacts. Okay, it popped up.
So only one of us can be in there at a time.
Oh. Okay, well that's unfortunate. I'll have you do it, and I'll just watch on the stream.
Okay.
So,
So let me know when you're out.
actually, so you tried when I was in it and just closed it?
Yeah, it just closes it. Yeah, so
Okay,
only
yeah,
one
I'm out
person
of it
can be
now.
in at a time. There we go.
So it should
So-
pop up.
Yep. Can you aid us in our research? So this has an energy cost, and that energy cost goes up. But it's a great bonus. And it gets them more opinion of us, which will eventually let us get a curator scientist, which is a really strong scientist to put on our council.
It's a flat cost, though. It's not an annual cost.
Nope, it's flat cost, but the cost goes up every 10 years. Well, it goes... I'm actually not sure what it scales on, but I know the cost goes up over time. I'm not sure if it's
And
based on your research or how many times you've taken it. It's probably based on how much research you make, but I'm not certain at all. I've never looked into what scales that cost.
And they end up liking us, which is probably really good.
Yep, because once we select that, if you look at could we recruit one of your scientists, we have to have 50 opinion with them in order to recruit one of their scientists. So we'll have to do that. Can you aid us in the research 3 times? Or we could pay them to tell us about the mysteries of the universe. Oh, they can tell us about the toxic god. That might actually be worth spending on. I usually don't do these unless I'm really desperate to get their opinion, but they can tell us about the toxic god.
I mean, yeah.
The toxic entity is an elusive being. It has roamed the galaxy for millennia, occasionally choosing to spurt venom at worlds in what we can only imagine is a natural stage of its life cycle. But you already knew this, of course. We are sorry, but we cannot help you find its present whereabouts. It has not been spotted by any of our contacts for quite some time. So we can ask, what is it, really? We have to pay 1,000 energy for that, which would be almost all of our energy right now, but it would advance our situation by 3. How is it defeated? 1,000 energy for 3 advancement. How would our current fleet fare against it in battle? Probably very poorly. What else did you have to offer? Goodbye. Yeah, so when we can spare 1,000 energy, we can come in here twice and get 3 progress on our situation.
We can talk to them anytime. Like, these are...
Yep. Yeah, anytime we want.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. So that's nice. They can tell us a little bit. They can advance our situation a bit. Awesome.
So they're not really a species in the traditional sense of like an empire. Like they're just kind of...
No. They sit in a station in a system that is not claimed by anyone. And if we claim that system, then they actually get a ticking opinion bonus of us.
Like positive?
Yeah, positive. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I mean, just wanted to make sure.
Yeah. Good to clarify. Finish first contact.
Oh, yeah. Situation log. Where was that? Empire focus? Is that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Construction completed. Hastily.
Oh, that was our minerals, I think, or an alloy, I believe.
It said research station. I think it was the physics research there.
Oh, yeah, that. Okay.
All right. What are you building next?
Starship, probably? You said Celea Starbase?
Oh, yeah, probably.
Oh, that's unfortunately an oddly long path, considering how close they are.
Yeah, it has to go back to the capital. Silly hyperlanes.
Oh, yeah, that's something I think for Wygavus or whatever, the one kind of in the southeast, I saw that line going down from them, and I thought that was like a separated system, and now I'm like actually looking at the map and going, oh, that's just kind of showing the Z-axis.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Does it really have any impact on the game? Like, is it just
No.
flavor?
It's flavor. And occasionally makes things harder to see.
Yeah, it's like, is there a way to almost turn those off? Because I find them
Nope.
more distracting than... Really? Okay.
Yep. Hey, here is the last section of the expansion tradition.
Might as well. I mean, there's no reason not
Yep.
to. Is our Unity generation quite high compared to normal?
Oh, yeah, we're doing great.
Okay.
Like, so it's 39 months for the next one. I usually try to keep that between, like, 60 to 80 months. So 40 months is pretty great.
40 months with, we've already finished a tree, so it's all more expensive.
Yeah. And I say try to keep it between 60 and 80 is like, okay, if I see it's creeping up towards 80, I build more Unity generation to account for the penalties that I have. And yeah, if you mouse over that 1702, you can see where our penalties are coming in. Yeah.
7 traditions.
Yep.
I mean, don't we have 5? Or does it count just finishing it as one and starting it as one?
Starting it counts as 2.
Yeah, there you go.
That's why, like, you don't want to just start a whole bunch of them. Okay, and you can see in the lower right corner of this screen, we have an Ascension perk available now.
Do I click that and look at it?
Click on that, and you're going to get a list.
I mean, or not. I mean, I can read the war one, but...
Yeah. Now, the war one could be useful for us, because it lets us build a mercenary enclave, and the fleet that they maintain, we can basically take on as our own and use in our wars, but then not have to maintain it, and actually they rent it out to other people when we're not using it. I haven't messed with mercenary enclaves very much because I usually play a Gestalt and they can't use them. So I don't know a whole lot about mercenary enclaves. I usually only encounter them when I've, like, conquered one from somebody else.
I'm just looking at an Interstellar Dominion.
Yep.
I mean, Emperor size from systems seems really nice.
Yep. So if you mouse over our Empire size, the little circle with the 3 arrows up there at the top bar.
All right.
So you can see that we get contributions from districts, systems, colonies, and pops. They will interchangeably call colonies planets as well. So if you see colonies or planets, it's referring to the same thing.
What costs are modified when your empire size is above 100?
Your unity costs, your technology costs, and a thing called the archive, the costs in there, which are energy related.
That's pretty harsh. Like, once you start getting above 100, it starts really impacting you.
Yeah,
Okay.
we in general want to try to stay under 100 until we kind of research a certain amount of tech. But yeah, honestly, with Knights of the Toxic God, we're going to generate so much tech and unity that it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. All right. Still good to know. So yeah, like the empire size from systems is nice, but we might actually be okay without it.
Yeah, well, you can see, like, the Empire size from systems is the smallest modifier we have to Empire size. Yeah, it's not that big of a deal.
It's very small. Yeah.
Yeah, it's less than 1 point per system because we have, I think it's 1 point per system, but then we have courier networks, which reduces it by 25% already.
And Pops is the big one, and that's going to go up as we colonize, so that's going to just keep,
Yeah.
I mean, Pacifist is helping a bit for that already.
Yeah.
So,
Absolutely.
there's technology.
The other thing with Interstellar Dominion is, as pacifists, we're in general not putting claims down on people. So one of those 3 entries kind of doesn't mean anything to us.
All right, technology, chance for rare. Oh, chance of rare is 1%. I mean, it tells you right there. It's kind of nice to know.
Well, that's an example. It's saying if the chance was 1% for a particular tech. Different rare techs have different percentages, but they are in general very low percentages. Though they're better than they used to be. It used to be that you really needed to take technological ascendancy to see rare techs in any sort of frequency. Now you see them much more frequently.
But what happens when you finish all, like let's say you finish almost all the science, like, do those rares,
There are
still...
repeating technologies that give you a buff every time you repeat that tech, and then that tech becomes slightly more expensive.
And so you might not get these rare technologies until, like, way after the fact when you're just doing, like, future tech type stuff.
Repeating technologies have a lower chance to appear when you still have other techs available.
Okay. These rare technology is going to be something that you'll just eventually see. This is just seeing them early.
Yes.
Okay.
And seeing them more frequently, basically.
One vision. I mean, you want more unity?
That's how you get unity.
Governing ethics attraction?
Which is nice.
I mean,
one of the things
I
I forgot to mention about pop happiness is happy pops have positive governing ethics attraction. So if the pops are happy, they're more likely to stay our governing ethics. Governing ethics are the ethics of our empire. Yeah.
It's making the factions of the people go towards like unity and more pacifist and
yeah. So like, say we got a bunch of refugees from a planet that were all like religious xenophobes. If we had one vision and a bunch of really happy pops, they would convert over to our ethics faster.
See, that kind of makes this appealing, at least in the longer term. Like, it's tough because we don't have anything yet.
There are a decent amount of options for government ethics attraction, just so you know.
Okay.
But it
I
is,
think we already have bonuses to it.
Yeah, we do.
Nature.
Mastery of Nature is a really good one.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we haven't used any blocker stuff yet, and this would make it easier. Max resource districts. Oh, okay. So that was the numbers that I saw when we were talking about the mining district. That would be higher?
So it would be 50% higher. So instead of 8, it would be 12.
That's lets you specialize better?
Yep.
Okay. And max districts too. I mean, that's just those all feel really good.
Yeah. It does you do it on an individual planet basis, and I don't remember. I believe it costs unity and influence to do Mastery of Nature. No, it's influence and something else.
So you'd have to spend that per planet.
Per planet, yeah.
I mean,
but in the long run, it's really good. Yeah, and the clear blocker cost is there automatically. The individual cost is just to use the Mastery of Nature decision on a planet to get the extra districts.
All right, Imperial.
But yeah, Mastery of Nature, really good.
Of them so far, that's one of the ones I like the most. Imperial Prerogative. I mean, we already talked about that. Empire size from planets, I think, was.
That's the colonies one. It's I
mean, it's
10 per colony. Yeah, 10 points of empire size per colony, and we already have a 25% discount.
And official capacity.
That's how many leaders of the official type we can have, which are the people we make governors.
We have 2 or 3. I believe.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, maybe one day. Because we're going to get to what, 8 of these?
Yes,
and is
we'll
it
get
going
8
back
eventually.
to the same list, possibly with more later
yes,
on?
if you click the show unavailable check mark at the top,
which it is.
You
I
can
see
see
biomorphosis already.
Which
we won't be able to do.
In general, there's going to be at least 2 of the ones down in the gray that you'll want. Your Ascension one, like Biomorphosis, and then Mega Engineering. What is it called? Galactic Wonders. Yeah. So in general, you'll want both of those. But outside of that, it's situational.
So yeah, we're going to be able to go back to this. And yeah, I assume once you pick some, you can't go back on whatever you pick, right?
Correct. This is a permanent choice.
Okay. What did I do? Look at Imperial Prerogative? Nah. Executive Vigor. Edict Fund plus 100. Council Agenda Speed. Is the agenda the one that's giving us another counselor? Those are agendas?
Yes. Yep.
And then edicts we haven't really done much with yet.
Nope.
Because we're waiting for faction.
One, we're waiting for faction. Well, no, it's not factions. It's that expansion didn't give us an edict, and our starting ones are just meh. When we were in the society research and you were choosing between the one we took and the Unity one, the Unity one did come with a new set of edicts, and those edicts are actually pretty good. And it's a tech that we'll take pretty soon. So once we get that tech, we'll have a good set of edicts that we're going to want to spend points on.
So this isn't too bad?
No, not at all.
Council agenda speed is a long-term thing because we have a lot of agendas to go through.
Yes. The way the edict fund works is you have a certain amount of edict fund. So say you start with 100 points. I think you start with 200. Whatever. Let's say we start with 200. You can take more. It's a soft cap. You can take more cost of edicts than that cap, but every point you are over the cap costs a point of unity.
Yeah. I opened up the edict window so I can see available 20.
Yeah. And so this would... And there's a lot of sources of additional edict fund, but executive vigor is a big source. I think in my mid-game Stellaris run, I'm like around 400 edict fund. Yeah, I think. But yeah, so if you're generating a lot of unity, the edict fund is not as important, but still, if you haven't finished your traditions and gotten all your ascension perks yet, going over the edict fund does slow that progress down. And the edicts are pretty strong, you'll see once we start unlocking more of them.
Okay, and then transcendent learning. I mean, leader upkeep, I haven't really gotten a feel for how much that's been costing us. I don't think it's been costing us much.
If you mouse over the unity, you can see it.
Yeah. 20? Okay.
It's actually taking a third of our unity.
Which is a decent amount, but we also make so much that I don't know how much it really... Science's capacity is nice, but we're not
nice. At max yet, I don't think.
No, we're not.
Yeah. But yeah, it would let us run more science ships eventually.
Experience gain is also pretty good, so that doesn't seem too bad.
Yes. Yeah, I've definitely taken it before.
And then shared destiny. Oh gosh. Subject specialization conversion time.
So subjects can be given they can just be generalized subjects, they're just vassals, or they can be specialists. But to change them from a regular subject to a specialist or from one specialization to another takes some time for them to convert to that subject type.
So you're
and this makes that
instructing
faster.
them, hey, you should focus on research. Is it that
Yes.
type of thing?
Yeah, it's research, combat, or resource generation.
I mean, some of this doesn't seem too bad, but this seems so much more of a future thing.
Yeah, I think the way we're playing, shared destiny is going to be something we want, but not right now. The divided patronage is for every subject you have past the first, there is a stacking 1-point penalty to the opinion, the monthly opinion of all of your subjects of you. So if you have 4 subjects, all of your subjects have a -3 to that monthly opinion amount. So this lets you have one extra subject without that. Yep.
Yeah. So, okay. I mean, Mastery Nature seems neat, but it's kind of costly, and we are not close to maximizing our planet, so it seems pointless right now.
Yeah.
The learning one would be pretty good almost right away. So that one seems like a very possible one. Edict Fund. I mean, the Council agenda speed's nice. So those two seem good. I don't remember any other one that was that nice. Now, the research speed's okay. I mean, 10% research speed is 10% research speed.
Yeah. Research speed is always great.
I'll put it to those 3, and I'll let you pick.
So you're saying technological ascendance,
executive vigor, and transcendent learning. Pick from one of those 3.
Executive vigor, transcendent learning. I almost always take technological ascendancy first. It's not as important. It used to be really important. It's not as important now, but it's still, I feel fairly important. But on the other hand, we generate a lot of science already, so we don't need it as much. Oh yeah. Like the Knights of the Toxic God have the potential to generate crazy amounts of research. And yeah, we're already doing decent on research. Like, we could be doing better if we were more focused on it, but we're just kind of...
We killed one of our scientists
going
right
along.
off the bat. So.
It's fine.
I think
Don't
they
worry
had
about
perks
him.
for science, too.
Yeah, he did. Because he started as our lead scientist.
Yeah, you can mix it up.
Let's see here.
It's very hard for me to judge a lot of these, especially in the longer term.
I think Transcendent Learning is going to be better now than Executive Vigor is, because we don't have access to those other edicts yet, so we'd only really be using half of it.
More Unity?
Transcendent Learning would give us more Unity available, yep, which means we go through our traditions faster, which means we get our next Ascension perk faster.
Yeah.
And more leader experience gain means all of our leaders eventually start doing better. Yeah, let's go Transcendent Learning.
All right, go for it. Is it going to close the window on me?
It shouldn't.
Nope. Okay, they just went great. Perfect.
All right.
Transcendent Learning.
Huzzah.
Cool. So what's going on? We got Furen and Wegivus. Oh, what's this? Yellow barge. Oh, is that our colony ship?
Yeah.
It is, so it's done.
Yep. It should be on its way.
It's in brilliant. I guess I could have clicked it.
And 70 days until it arrives. Oh, hey, you finished constructing the starbase just as Wegivus became available to...
Yeah, I guess I'm just going to keep going south because it's still a choke point, so...
Well, it's not a choke point, it's a dead end, but yeah.
Oh. Okay.
You can see there's no lane going off of there.
That's true. I think you said that earlier, and I don't think I caught what you were talking about.
There is a planet there. It's not one of our category, though.
Colonists have reached their destination.
So you can see now we have the colony progress bar. It is going to be exactly 2 years.
Where? Oh, I guess it's probably in my other outliner menu.
In the overview. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Pat's Pirate Haven. Okay. The construction ship. Should I be building another starbase in Furen or not? You're not ready yet.
We haven't finished.
Fully survey?
Have to fully survey. Although I am on my last planet right now, so you might as well move there.
Okay. Do that. Get the ship going.
An anomaly has been found.
Oh boy.
Oh, that's an easy anomaly.
Oh, easy one.
Might as well.
Who is this, Outfoxed? Oh, can I get another one down?
Yes.
How many scientists can I take out?
A system has been surveyed.
Oh, that's you.
Yep. Let's go this way. I'm going to go down into the left if you want to go up and to the right once you're done there.
Should we bother surveying these ones that are kind of fully in our area of control?
I'm gonna wait until we have a third scientist. There's the information on the abandoned gateway. So the abandoned gateway is something that once it's in our territory, we'll eventually see a tech to restore the gateway, and then we can pay a bunch of resources to restore the gateway and be able to use it again. All right. So we can get a permanent Empire bonus that gives our planets extra sensor range, and our planet's extra hyperlane detection range, which means you can detect when things are moving along a hyperlane towards you. I don't think that's a great option. However, it does give us a specimen, which would let us unlock the event to build our archive. The other thing would give a permanent... that would be another permanent Empire bonus of extra encryption. Encryption makes it harder for other empires to spy on us.
No, they're not going to spy on us. They're going to want to be our friend, right?
So, long term, if we join the Galactic Senate and then we try to take over the leadership of it, if we take over the leadership of the Galactic Senate, then one of the ways empires can oppose you is by spying on you to disrupt the Galactic Senate and cause unrest, basically. So encryption can be important for that. It also lets people, like spying can let them steal tech from us. It can let them disable a starbase temporarily. They can steal pops from us.
I have no feel for what +1 means.
In the early game, it's really strong. I don't know what like the max theoretical encryption can get up to, or decryption. But I would say probably around like 8 to 10 is probably the maximum somebody would have.
It's actually not too bad.
Yeah, it's not too bad of a bonus, especially early on.
But is missing the artifact or thing?
It's missing the artifact, but the specimens come up fairly often. So it's not that big of a deal. And I don't think the bonus that comes with that is very good.
The sensor stuff. All right, well, let's go with encryption then.
All right, do it.
All right. Let's see. Ships. Construction ship. Oh, did I ever? No, I didn't. I didn't tell it to
do the
build
thing.
A start base. You want it in Furen? You think it's a good place?
Yeah. It's a 14 size continental world. Same size as the one in Wegvis. Wegvis should probably be next after that.
Do we need another construction ship? Because we have so many minerals.
Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah. So go ahead and
matter which
start the construction.
I just build it anywhere in Solea, or
we only have one base that can
shipyard.
Construct it. Yeah, one shipyard.
Right. That has to be in what?
Brilliant.
Whichever space is in. Yeah.
And so you just click construction ship.
So was that? How would we have done that? You just build a module. That's okay. Yeah, it's a module. I see it now.
Yeah, it's a module.
All right. So construction ship.
There we go.
Oh, 100. We're still a little bit lacking on alloys sometimes.
Yeah, I was waiting for our pops to catch up a little bit. Yeah, we're getting close to 1K again. I can go ahead and build more. 8,300. Yeah. Do I build a building? Yeah, I think so. Gonna build another alloy foundry directly. That'll give us 7 more alloy generation. It is going to cut into our minerals quite a bit. I think that's going to be okay, though. I'll build another district afterwards. Another mining district. And we have a lot of minerals in space around us once we get to them.
When do you normally meet somebody? Like,
It depends. When you're doing random, it is really random. Sometimes you'll meet someone like right on your initial border, maybe like 4 or 5 systems away. Other times you can go tens of systems before you find even one other person.
this place is very unexciting.
Construction completed.
Wait,
Hastily.
Oh, is that our other construction ship?
Yep. So, if you
Oh.
click on our new construction ship...
We have a first contact here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well, we better do that first real quick.
Yep.
All right.
Go ahead and do that. And assign an envoy.
Oh, they tell us where.
It's
Oh,
where
we can
the
assign
science
somebody.
ship was.
Or I'm sure
Okay.
I can look too. Aimless
It's-
shipper. Do you usually just pick the top one? You don't even...
Yeah. Yeah, because they're
It
all the
doesn't
same. Yeah, they're all functionally the
Alright.
same.
Hey, look at the envoy, that our first envoy. I don't remember their name, but look at the job they did.
Yeah, yeah. Great job.
Amazing job.
Found us those guys. So, you can see in La Delicon, where my science ship is at, that's where our contact is.
Yep.
If we go into the system, we can look to see if there's any indication of what we found here. We don't see anything in the system, so this may be another independent faction that we met just by getting
Two
close
stars.
enough to them. What's that?
And a brown drove. Three.
Yeah,
three,
it's a
stars.
trinary system.
Nice. And a
Kinda
lot
nice.
of systems in here. It looks like a really nice area.
Yeah. Be
Do you
pretty
find out if
good.
there's a habitable planet almost right away? Like it.
Yeah, as soon as you go
enter-
in, it'll show you icons for any habitable worlds. Like, they'll show up orange, like the one where your science ship
Yeah.
is at. All right, so if you select that new construction ship,
Which one is that? That's the Brilliant.
yeah.
Yep.
So the boxes that it has for its various tasks, on the top row, at the right side, there's automatic construction.
Hmm.
I think we're doing well enough that we could just click that, and it will automatically go anywhere where a resource can be harvested and build a station on it.
We're +4 energy. Are we going to kind of start getting low? Because there's almost no energy
That's a good
anywhere.
point. I can address that on Tricady next.
And does it have a priority, or is it just basically look at a system and then go to the next one over?
Yeah, it just goes to a closed system and builds.
Okay.
But if you
Sure.
want to manually control it and go, well, we want those minerals, we want this other thing, then you could do that.
I'm not too worried. I mean, just having this do this for us would be nice. And we can use our other construction ship to actually build things, which... Did I ever build the space station here? I guess we did.
Could be
You're in
plus
space.
2 more energy
Oh, yeah,
if built
done.
some stations. Yeah, exactly, Squid. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. See
All right,
energy
well,
for
I
the
guess
taking? Yeah, we got a couple.
We can do another space station, so... There's Wagavus as a planet.
Yeah, it's probably the best
Is
next
it
choice.
wise to go to, like, Takram just to get, like, a border established?
Since we don't see anyone around here yet, it's not as important. If we knew there was someone over here, yeah, we would want to rush it.
Okay, then I'll just Wagavus it.
A system has been surveyed.
Yet. Yeah, I specifically said yet.
I guess I will go
An
to
anomaly has been found.
up north.
Yep.
Oh, I didn't see who. You must have been the ship you've been kind of following that found the
Oh,
anomaly.
yeah. Yep. You can see what the anomaly is
Tier
if you
2.
go into the situation log. Yeah. Unidentified object.
You gonna go for it? Or tier 2? You
Yeah,
don't
I'm
want to?
scanning it. Tier 2 is short enough. It's only 120 days. So 4 squares to the left of your game speed arrow. This is because we are playing in co-op mode. Both of us are running the same empire. This shows up to 4 players can be co-op members along with the main person running the empire. And so this is the symbol for Furen's player slot. All right, first contact, mistaken identification,
You
lost
didn't pick
insights.
the right person.
Luckily, the lost insights just slow down progress, so that's not that big of a deal. Then 2 people leveled up as well. Our Prime Minister leveled up.
Oh, hey, look at that. Noble in the extreme. Spycraft is probably not something I'm interested in yet. Oh,
Yeah.
pop growth. That's always nice.
Yep,
That's-
and it would
yeah,
make
I
it so we don't need to build more food right now.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go with that one without much thought. We're down to 0 energy, by the way.
Yeah,
Or minus.
I'm keeping an
0.
eye on it. Yeah, it's probably very small. Yeah, minus 0.72. And there's another...
Minister governing.
That's why you've never seen it. Gotta have friends, see friends in game. Aw.
Leadership.
Squid, if you ever want a multiplayer,
Wait.
just poke at me. Alright.
Council agenda.
We could double up on pop growth speed.
Oh, yeah. You know what? We're still growing, and we're just about to have a new colony. So yeah, I'm gonna do it.
There you go.
So where does population growth show up? I think you showed that at the very beginning, but I don't think I saw when you showed it. Like, if we go to-
So if you go to Tricady and
Yeah.
go to management,
all right. Oh,
you can
plus
see
99.
our total monthly population growth, and then you can mouse over each individual population group and see how much their population is changing and what factors are affecting it.
What are these groups?
So if you mouse over them, you can see that this guy is a glow worker, who is a xenophile. This guy is a glow worker who is egalitarian. Eventually, these guys will be sorted into factions. Yeah, these are unemployed elites who are egalitarians. It's a lot of growth. Yeah, we're doing quite well.
Okay, so it's splitting things by their what is it, ethics or whatever that.
Their
ethos or
stratum,
whatever.
their ethics, and their species.
Okay, yeah, and the stratum was kind of like the class. That's right.
Yeah.
And species. Wow, yeah, that's a lot of groups you could probably have on some planets.
Mm-hmm. One of the things it doesn't tell you, though, is that these pop growths, they're split between all the members of the same species. Like, these numbers are not entirely accurate. It's a little weird in how it works, but basically what it does is it calculates the pop growth for the entire species and then splits it between all of the population categories based on their growth strength, essentially. So, like, you can see these glow specialists right here. We lost 68 of them last month, but we gained 70 of these ones.
Yeah,
What
they
are the
shifted,
difference between these? They are xenophiles, and
Or did
these
they go
guys
the
are
other side? There's
egalitarians.
270.
So we
There's
lost
270.
Oh.
Yeah,
Look at
well,
that.
because there's the natural growth, and that's what I was trying to figure out. Is
Oh,
like,
right,
is
right.
there an easy way to see?
Unfortunately, no. They need to do some work for quality of life on the display of these numbers. There's also a penalty that is only showing up under the pop assembly category, which you usually don't have access to at the beginning of the game. But that penalty actually applies to both growth and assembly. And so you can't see the penalty unless you have assembly, and there's no indication that it actually applies to growth, but it does.
Yeah, it's very tricky to tell the difference between some of these. Like the 2s plus 70s, I'm trying to see what's actually different between them.
Yeah, and that's unfortunately where they are just not providing us with enough information. There was somebody on Reddit that sat down with some people. Well, he did this on Discord, and then he posted it to Reddit. Once they figured it out, him and a few other people sat down on Discord, and they're like, okay, let's figure out how pop growth works now, because it changed as of this most recent patch. And they figured out a good chunk of it, and 4 or 5 different bugs that were going on with the display or with how numbers work. For example, one of the things they found is if you go to the Surface tab and mouse over the planet size. The planet capacity that's listed there, that number can be wrong for your empire, because it takes your total housing and your number of districts. It takes a few different factors and combines them together and comes up with that number. One of those numbers is supposed to be your total number of pops. However, instead, it's taking the amount of housing your pops consume, which, if you have discounts to housing, makes it so that the planetary capacity looks higher or lower. If you have bonuses or penalties, it can look higher or lower than it actually is. So this display number is actually incorrect if you have any bonuses or penalties to pop housing usage. Apparently, they had changed something in a previous patch and then never updated the tooltip. And so now, when they've moved into this new system, they still haven't ever fixed that bug. And so it carried over into the new system and makes things a little harder to determine. I think it might be a little better displayed with the UI mod, maybe misremembering. Also was playing with one where pops are biomass. That's fair, Squid.
So we're at about half capacity, 4,300 people, around 8,000 max.
Yep.
So
and
this
that's
is kind of a good spot to be for growth.
Yeah, the main thing is if you go to management and mouse over one of the pop's growth level, you can see the tooltip at the bottom. Base growth is increased because there is a balance between population and the planet capacity.
Okay.
And so as long as you have that, you're in a decent spot. If you see it disappear, you're definitely going to want to adjust something. We're probably at the point where we could clear a blocker. Although we're going to be getting more housing by me building some of these resource districts, so it's not that bad. Because we're going to need power and we're going to need minerals.
Yes.
In fact,
so what are you going to do with energy?
Build a power one right now. I'm going to build a generator district, which will get us another 12 energy. All right.
Now, is there anything to do with our archives? Like, there's 3 building slots that we're never using. Is it just we haven't had chance yet?
Those are Unity and Science buildings, and we just don't really need it right now. We need more basic resources right now. And because of our origin, we're actually better off building strongholds. Like, we're probably going to want to change that archive. If you click on the city districts and then click the little circle to change the specialization for the archive, we probably want to scroll down and set that to planetary defenses. I think that's right. Unless there's one for our specialization. Yeah, we probably want to... Oh, I don't know if that converts them to knights or not. I actually have no idea. Is there a building for that? Or can we only run knights on... We might only be able to run knights on stations. Yeah, we can only run knights on habitats.
The orders hall?
Yeah,
that knight's on.
Yeah, it's so crazy good. Yeah, and then that makes this, yeah. Okay. So that's what we're going to want to do, is we're going to want to build more habitats eventually, which is why we get the guaranteed habitat thing. Okay. But yeah, we're probably going to want to change that archive specialization. Normally, it's really good for your capital world to be able to produce those, but because of the knights, we could easily change that to something else.
All right. I mean, thankfully for the power, I mean, we have so much backlog, we're good for now. Although some things cost power direct, so...
Yeah, we'll be fine.
Really
this is only going to take 200 days to build.
Yeah.
Alien mural. I got a project to translate it.
The situation has been cataloged.
Is it worth building a starbase module semi-soon to get the card done?
We would have to build a new starbase, which isn't that bad of an idea.
Pitiful lives.
Hey, colony.
All right.
There you go.
So, Pat's Pirate Haven. So we need to decide what we're going to do with this world. I would probably think that the medical center would be the first thing to put there. We have a decent amount of trade right now. I'm going to burn our trade and buy a bunch of minerals. Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, because that ship is going to be auto-constructing, so it's going to keep trying to... It's probably going to keep us pretty low for a while until it finishes.
Yeah. And that monthly trade price will go away once we earn a little bit more. It's fine. Actually, I'll let you mostly handle Pat's Pirate Haven, so you can...
We're still doing the alloy thing. You think that's a...
Yeah, we don't necessarily need it anymore. We could let our trade build up a little bit. You can cancel that. All right.
Yeah, I mean, I still would need a little bit of guidance here on where to go.
Yeah.
Learn this a bit.
So, in general, I try to get my pop growth buildings up and going first. Which right now, so at the top of the construct building list, so if you click on like the first open building slot.
Is this a standard city building that you're doing?
Yeah, a regular colony building.
Yeah.
Out of the 6 basic slots.
In the blue grid. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So you'll get that construct building list. If you look in there...
I mean, you can filter if you said pop stuff.
Yeah. It's not pop assembly. Where does that fall under? Is it amenities? Yeah, the medical center falls under amenities because it also generates amenities. So that would be a good one.
Oh, the plus 5%. Is that... is there any way to get to see, like, to mouse on top of this, the pop-up?
No, unfortunately not. A lot of places you can do that, but not here. And I don't know why.
Oh. Well, I committed.
Yeah, that's fine.
There goes a bunch of our stuff.
Yep. So the other thing is, if you click on the auto-designated drop down there, well, it's not a drop down, it'll open up a new list.
Yeah.
It's making it an urban world right now, which gives us less planetary infrastructure upkeep, gives us faster city district build speed, and then extra trade from jobs. I don't think that's really a great fit, but it's fine for right now. Once we start building, because nothing else is going to be giving us a discount right now. But eventually we're going to want to change that so that it fits better what we're doing with the planet. I'm guessing we're probably going to make this a mining district specialized planet.
Is this so you can pick something and change it, but changing it again costs...
No, you can change it whenever you want. Yeah, it's just the regular colony designation, and you can change it as often as you want. All it does is change a little bit of bonuses. So, like, if we change it to a mining world, mining districts build faster, and our miners put out 25% more output.
You said it was already on Urban World. That is not obvious to me.
So, it is on automatic right now, auto-designated. If you look in the upper left corner, though, Pat's Pirate Haven.
Okay, there you go. Yeah.
It shows what the current designation is, even if it's on auto. So yeah, we can leave it on auto for right now.
So is Trakati Minister?
It's on auto, but the capital has a special designation, Empire Capital, which is just really good in general.
All right.
If you mouse, so if you
available to other ones.
Yeah, it's not available otherwise. In fact, it has a capital one for
Ooh,
various things,
yeah.
but the Empire capital one is fine. It works really well for what we're doing. We may eventually make it a forge capital instead. But for right now, it's fine where it's at.
All right.
Yeah. So yeah, basically,
Focusing on growth and
yeah,
now.
focus on growth, and eventually we want to build some mining districts. The main thing is like if you have available jobs still, you probably don't need to build more job producing things because it's not really going to do you much good unless you restrict how many people can work particular jobs.
I mean, and there's only 100 people here, so this is going to take quite a bit of time for it to get going.
Yeah,
so there's no point in
luckily,
building buildings if they don't have people, like enough people.
correct.
So you kind of, which is why you want
to a
build
certain
population
extent.
growth.
To a certain extent. So on Tricady, you see we have unemployed people. Unemployed people are more likely to migrate if there's a place with available jobs. So in general on Tricady, we're going to want to keep things like really close where we have people available to migrate away. And then on the newer colonies, we're going to want to make sure you always have at least some available jobs.
It encourages people to naturally move.
Yeah.
All
and
right.
so when the month ticks over, you'll get an idea of what like some of the basic pop migration stuff is going to be. You'll be able to see that in the pop growth.
And Charlatans promises its own thing.
Yeah,
That's
it's
fun.
doing its own thing
Yes.
right now. It's kind of capped out right now because I've been spending resources on Tricady instead.
But we could make it bigger if we wanted.
Yes, we could. I do want to build another stronghold. I want to build a stronghold in the Orders Hall there sometime soon, but we don't need to yet.
Our construction ship is doing stuff.
Yep. All set?
Yep. Oh, that's right. I'm going to Legovus.
Oh, right.
Starbase. I was going to say we have enough alloy to do another starbase again, so I could queue the next starbase.
Yeah, go for it. It is election time.
Ooh. I mean, so can we use points to force this, or this is just how much?
We can
don't-
use Unity to increase the support that a particular
Construction completed.
leader has.
Hastily.
He's ahead by 10. I think it'll be fine.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't think Pink Scapegoat looks that
Construction
bad
completed.
anyways.
Hastily.
Yeah. We get to pick our next tradition.
And yeah, this is a little more. So clicking just select.
It is, however, 4 o'clock my time, so let me know when you want to stop.
We'll probably let's close up these last couple things, but yeah.
Okay.
So we might as well
So-
figure out the tradition since this is an actual decision.
Yep.
Um,
So the question is, where do we want to go? Prosperity is good for resource generation. We would once again not get another edict, but that's fine. So it's not bad for that. Mercantile lets us get some trade stuff, though we're doing okay on that for now. The reduction in the market fee is not that bad, though. Discovery is still a pretty good choice. We're still doing a lot of surveying.
more science always good.
Yep. Aptitude's not bad, but I don't know if it's something we would want right now. Probably don't need adaptability. And supremacy is always good for...
early.
Yeah, until we've met people, diplomacy and politics aren't going to do anything for us. And politics isn't going to be useful until the Galactic Senate forms.
Prosperity looks nice, and Discovery does look kind of... I mean, I really quickly looked at them.
Yeah, they're both really good.
I think I might do Discovery, just because the survey speed... We're doing so much of that right now. We're basically backlogged on survey speed.
And
I guess
finishing it gives us research speed.
Oh, anomaly research speed. Okay. Unlocks an edict, map the stars, whatever that is.
Yep.
And finisher effects, research speed, ascension perks. Well, I mean, I think that they probably all have ascension perks.
They all have ascension perk +1. Yeah.
Okay. Research cooperative federation type. Okay.
Yeah, so we could form a federation once we meet someone. Well, I think we still have to research federation, but
I'll push adopt on a discovery.
Yep.
You're
do it.
All right. Go down that
Council agenda available.
46 months.
Alright.
But yeah, like I try to get ourselves in a state where we're not going to forget what's going on.
Okay. Well, we have the election happening, but it hasn't finished yet, so we should probably let that happen at the next session. We should go into policies and edicts in the government screen.
All right. All right. Policy edicts. Yep.
And you can see Map the Stars is in there now.
Survey speed. Oh, this is just a... So are all the edicts on the right, those are the things we can activate and we have 25 points we can use? Is that the situation?
Yes.
Is that how that works?
Yep.
And so we haven't done any of the other ones because we just don't care about them right now?
Yeah, so the encourage political thought is good to run if we have a whole bunch of pops that we need to shift their edicts on pretty quickly. Peace Festival will bring people closer to being pacifists and give some happiness. Fortify the border is great if we're building a lot of star bases. Fleet Supremacy will definitely want to run, but we might as well not bother running it until we're starting to build ships. But before we start building ships, we're going to want to turn that on because it gives every ship we build extra starting XP, which makes them a little better in combat. But yeah, for right now, it doesn't matter.
Okay. Anomaly discovery. Ship hyperlane detection range. Oh, give us a little bit more range.
And the ship hyperlane detection range. Yep, click it. The ship hyperlane detection range can sometimes help you not run into a hostile system. Doesn't always prevent it, but it can sometimes help. And there we go.
Okay. And see, it says 8, so I guess we have something that's reducing the cost.
We must be, but I don't know what it would be.
We have a lot of we have a lot of stuff with Unity and Edx and stuff like that, so who knows?
Yeah. Or it's rounding the maintenance number different than it's rounding the edict fund. Because the upkeep is only 8.1 and it's rounding 8.1 up to 9 here. It may just be rounding it down up here. Yay!
Interesting. Now, I mean, it's active. Does deactivating and reactivating others, is there any penalty or cost to these types of things?
Every time you activate one, you have to pay the activation cost again. Outside of that, no penalties.
I mean, the activation cost of what, 9? Or what was the cost?
Yeah, it was 9.
But
so you can see,
you can click these on and off almost at will as long as you stay below the 25.
Yep.
Oh, okay. So is there any reason not to have the other ones clicked? Just because,
these numbers will creep up if our empire size starts going up.
Okay, and then And what happens if it goes above your cap, whatever you have?
Then
currently
it starts
activated?
burning 1 unity for every point you're above the Edict Fund.
So generally, unless you really, yeah, okay, I can see that being a problem.
Yep.
So
Um,
okay,
and it
Now
just
makes
saves you that little bit of unity of implementing it if you never actually needed it. All right. Is there anything else we needed to do now? I don't think there is. We have building there, so that'll notify us when it's done.
all the ships are doing something.
Yeah, I think we're solid to save right there.
Yep.
Where are we at on our quest? We're at 102. Oh, we're actually pretty close to the next stage.
Yeah, and it took some time to get going today. But that's
Yeah.
perfect. I mean, next time we'll be able to just roll right in.
And next
I'm
time is not
starting to
this
get it. I
coming
think it's-
Friday, but the Friday after.
Yeah,
I think.
it's next week Friday.
Yeah. All right, let me save then.
I guess I could save or
Yeah, you can.
might as well, just in case.
All right. And I'm going to
Always
back
fun.
out to the main menu. Yeah. Thanks for hanging out.
Thanks for hosting.
All right, and then I got to find someone to raid. Anyone on my list
right.
playing this right now?
I'll leave you to it. Thanks again, Lang, and I'll see you next week.
All right, take it easy. See you, Furen. Now we play your egg playthrough? Nah, I gotta end for today. Who's playing what right now? Yeah, sorry. Who is playing what? Forgive me? Thanks. Tommy gun don't? Oh no. Rude. I even named a planet after you. Wow. Look at the thanks I get. Is it a toxic planet like you? Wait a minute. No, it wasn't a toxic planet. It was a continental world. I'm not really seeing a good Stellaris streamer to go visit. So we're gonna raid out a category. We'll go see Cyclops. They're playing some CK3. Yeah, sounds good. Here's our raid message. It wasn't a toxic planet until you named it after Pat. Oh, I see. So that's how we make toxic planets. Yeah, so we will have more of this playthrough with Furen, not this upcoming Friday, but the Friday next week. Tomorrow we're going to play some CK3, continuing our Con of Cons run. And let's see here. Not sure what we're going to play Wednesday. Maybe some Satisfactory? We'll see. Probably Satisfactory. But yeah, 11 a.m. Central US time, 1600 UTC. Thanks again, and I'll see ya. One of these days, you should actually mix it up and play Commander Keen. I don't even think I own it. But thank you, Squid. And, Pat. See ya.